Discover the hidden force shaping your life, your own consciousness. What if reality isn't happening to you, but responding to you? Inside, ancient secrets reveal how to bend time, choose timelines, and manifest effortlessly. The rules of reality are not what you think. Listen closely. This changes everything. In the stillness between thoughts, something stirred. A curiosity, a nudge, a sense that this wasn't just another book or a moment. It was a signal. You may not have realized it, but something in your field called this into your experience. You were magnetized here not by accident, but by resonance. This moment is not random. It's recognition. There is a frequency within you that has always been seeking truth, even when your mind couldn't name it. And now something in these words vibrates in harmony with that signal. A match has occurred, not of ideas, but of energy. You didn't find this audiobook. It responded to your vibration. The truth is, your reality is always doing this, echoing the broadcast of your inner world. And when your frequency starts to shift, new doors open. This is one of them. Maybe you're here because you've glimpsed moments when life seemed to reflect your thoughts before you spoke them, or felt an intuitive pull to act that led to perfect timing. Maybe you've grown weary of waiting, pushing, forcing, and you sense there must be a different way. You're right, there is, and you've just stepped into it. You see, your vibration is your language to the universe. It speaks louder than your words, clearer than your goals, and faster than your actions. It's not what you do, but who you're being, what you're feeling, believing, knowing. And when you begin to work at the level of vibration, everything changes. Fast. This chapter isn't here to convince you, it's here to awaken you. There's a part of you that already knows this truth, has always known it, but has been waiting for permission to live it fully. These words are that permission slip. You are now in a field of remembering, not learning something new, but returning to what's always been true. Reality bends to consciousness. That's not poetic metaphor, it's a law. And when your consciousness becomes clear, focused, and elevated, your life begins to mirror that clarity. You've likely seen glimpses. This journey will make it consistent. Pay attention. The signs are already arriving. You'll notice subtle synchronicities, thoughts turning to things, coincidences too precise to be random. These are not outside of you, they are responses to you. You are the signal, and you are waking up to that power now. Let this be your signal. Let this be your beginning, not because you've been lacking, but because you're remembering. You are not here to try harder, work more, or fix what's broken. You are here to rise through vibration. That's all it takes. You don't have to do anything perfectly. Just tune in and stay curious. Your resonance brought you here, and it will continue to guide you from here forward. You've activated something. Feel it. Trust it. This is the moment the transmission begins. Welcome to your higher frequency. Welcome home. Everything in existence is vibration. Every thought you think, every word you speak, every breath you take emits a frequency. This frequency is not just a byproduct of your being, it is the architect of your experience. What you call life is simply the outer echo of your inner state. And once you understand this, you stop trying to change the world and start mastering your frequency. Most people move through life unaware that they are broadcasting a signal at all. They work harder, try to control circumstances, chase outcomes, and wonder why results are inconsistent or slow. It's because they are focused on action without awareness of vibration. But vibration is primary. It's the origin point. Change your frequency, and you change your results instantly. You've likely experienced moments where everything clicked, where synchronicity seemed to dance around you and ease replaced effort. That wasn't random, it was alignment. Your vibration matched the outcome you desired, even if only briefly. The world responded accordingly. You were in the flow, not because of what you did, but because of the energy you were holding. This is the true power behind every so-called miracle, every stroke of luck, every moment of effortless success. You are a vibrational being in a vibrational universe. Like a tuning fork, you resonate with whatever matches your dominant signal. If that signal is fear, worry, or lack, you will see it mirrored in your relationships, your finances, your body. If that signal is confidence, joy, and knowing, those frequencies will shape your reality instead. It's not personal, it's physics. Your vibration is your point of attraction. Everything you desire, whether it's abundance, love, peace, health, is already available. But it exists at a specific frequency. To receive it, you must tune to it. Most people try to get what they want while staying in the frequency of not having it. That mismatch creates resistance and delay. But when you prioritize frequency first, when you embody the feeling of what you desire before it appears, it must appear, because now you are a match. This chapter is your invitation to reverse the order. Don't wait for circumstances to change so you can feel better. Feel better so your circumstances can change. Wake up and tune before you act. Align your frequency before you speak. Choose your vibration first and let life follow your lead. This is how you become the cause, not the effect. You don't need to control every detail. You only need to control your state. Your vibration is the instruction set the universe responds to. And the good news, you can shift it at any moment. With breath, with focus, with presence. Frequency isn't far, it's here, right now. So begin today, not with a to-do list, but with a to-feel list. Elevate first, then watch how everything else arranges itself around your new signal. This is not about working harder, it's about broadcasting clearer. Frequency first, always. Everything else is just the echo. There is an invisible dial inside you, a frequency setter that has been tuning your reality every moment of your life. You may not have known it was there, and yet it has shaped every event, every relationship, every twist of your path. This dial is not turned by chance or fate. It is guided by your dominant thoughts, emotions, and beliefs. And until now, you may have been tuning it unconsciously. Most people don't realize they are transmitters. They assume life happens to them, that circumstances are fixed, and that change is hard and slow. But life is not fixed. It is fluid, responsive, and constantly reflecting back the signal you are emitting. The invisible dial determines which version of reality you experience, whether it's one of struggle or ease, scarcity or abundance, isolation or love. You don't receive what you want. You receive what you're tuned to. Think of it like a radio. There are countless stations available, but you only hear the one you've tuned into. If you want to hear music but your dial is set to static, it's not the radio's fault. You simply need to change the station. Your life works the same way. Everything you desire already exists. The question is, are you on the right frequency to receive it? Your invisible dial is shaped by what you practice daily, your inner narratives, your emotional habits, your reactions to life. When you repeatedly think thoughts like, "I'm not enough," or "things never work out," you are tuning yourself to a frequency that pulls in more proof of that belief. Not as punishment, but as reflection. The universe has no judgment. It simply mirrors. Now imagine the power of tuning deliberately. What happens when you set your dial with intention? When you wake up and decide to feel peace before anything happens? When you walk into a room expecting connection instead of rejection? When you shift from "what if it fails" to "what if it flows"? The entire broadcast changes. Awareness is the beginning of mastery. The moment you realize you've been tuning your reality all along, you regain power over it. You are not stuck. You are just set to a station you didn't choose on purpose. Now you can choose. Start by noticing your default thoughts throughout the day. Pay attention to the tone of your self-talk. Listen to the emotional hum beneath your words. Each moment offers a chance to adjust the dial. Even a small shift toward gratitude, confidence, curiosity can tune you to a new reality. Your power lies not in controlling everything around you, but in mastering your inner frequency. You've been shaping your life with this dial, even in your unconsciousness. Imagine what becomes possible now that you're aware. This chapter is not the start of something new. It's the end of forgetting. The dial has always been in your hands. You've just remembered it. Now tune wisely. Reality is listening. Each day begins as a blank canvas, but by the time you rise, the brush is already moving. The shape of your day isn't determined by what's on your calendar or who texts you back. It's molded by the energy you carry the moment your eyes open. Before a single action is taken, your vibration sets the trajectory. Your morning state is not just a mood, it's a broadcast. Most people wake up and reach for their phone, immediately plugging into messages, news, and noise. They absorb external input before they even check in with their own inner world. Without knowing it, they hand their vibration to the world and hope for a good day. But hope is not strategy, and vibration is not passive. It's deliberate and it's powerful, especially in the morning. The early hours are sacred. In those first moments, your subconscious is still open, your field is pliable, and the signal you send carries extraordinary influence. What you feel, think, and focus on when you first wake up doesn't just color your morning. It calibrates your frequency for the entire day. Like the first note in a song, it sets the rhythm. Change the note, and the entire melody shifts. This is why some days flow and others feel like resistance. It's not random, it's resonance. If you wake up anxious, overwhelmed, or distracted, and then move straight into action, you are anchoring that energy. And the universe, like a precise mirror, arranges events to match. Traffic, tension, delays, not as punishment, but as reflection. It's not personal, it's physics. But there's a secret most don't know. You can reshape your day before it begins. You can set your vibration on purpose. Even 5 minutes of presence, gratitude, or intention can tilt your entire experience. You don't need to change your life in those 5 minutes. You just need to claim your frequency. When you wake up tomorrow, before reaching for the world, reach inward. Ask yourself, what signal do I want to broadcast today? Is it peace, clarity, confidence, abundance? Then feel it, embody it. Imagine the version of you who already lives in that energy, and be them now. It's not pretend, it's alignment. Even if your mind resists, or your circumstances feel unchanged, hold the vibration anyway. This is not about faking it, it's about tuning ahead of evidence. You're not reacting to the day, you're programming it. And once your frequency is set, the day will begin to echo back what you chose. This chapter is your invitation to reclaim your mornings, not through more effort, but through intention. Your alarm doesn't just wake your body, it's a call to consciousness. Answer it, align before action, choose your state before your steps. The secret shape of your day begins before anything happens. It begins with you. The moment you open your eyes, your vibration begins to paint. Choose the color, choose the rhythm, choose your frequency. Your destiny is listening. Emotions are not random storms. They are intelligent messengers, vibrational signals that reveal exactly where you are tuned in the invisible field of energy that creates your life. Every feeling you have is energy in motion, literally emotion, and it is constantly shaping the unfolding of your experience. Once you stop resisting emotions and start reading them, you unlock one of the most powerful tools for alignment. Most people judge their emotions. They label some as good and others as bad, trying to cling to happiness and avoid fear or sadness. But in doing so, they miss the point. Emotions are not punishments or rewards. They are feedback. When you feel expansive, alive, grateful, or peaceful, it means your energy is in harmony with your desires. You are tuned to the frequency of what you want, and the universe is aligning to match. When you feel tight, anxious, frustrated, or hopeless, your vibration is out of sync, not with the world, but with your own truth. It's not about making every emotion disappear, it's about listening to them. They are your compass. You don't navigate by staring at the compass. You use it to adjust your direction. The same is true with your emotions. You're not meant to control them, suppress them, or drown in them. You're meant to feel them fully, honor their message, and then shift your state deliberately. The key is not in fighting how you feel, but becoming aware of what it's pointing to. Every emotion is a clue. Joy says, keep going, you're aligned. Anger says, a boundary is being crossed. Anxiety says, you're imagining futures that aren't true. Sadness says, something wants to be released. When you meet emotions with curiosity instead of resistance, they transform, they move, because energy always wants to move. Think of your emotional state as the tuning fork of your day. If you start with tension and do nothing to shift it, that tension will echo through every conversation, every decision, every encounter. But if you notice it, name it, and choose to shift through breath, movement, gratitude, or presence, you change the frequency. And life responds. You are never stuck because your emotions are never stuck. They move as you move. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to pay attention. Your emotions don't block your manifestations. They reveal where you're misaligned so you can return to coherence. That is their sacred role. This chapter is your invitation to stop fearing how you feel. Feel everything and let the feeling guide you back to your power. Emotion is not weakness, it's navigation, and you are the navigator. Start each day by checking in. Ask, what am I feeling? What is it showing me? Then decide with compassion if that is the frequency you want to stay in. Your emotional compass is always on. Start using it. Follow the signals, shift the energy, and remember, you are not your emotion. You are the one choosing how to direct its power. There's a baseline frequency running beneath your life like background music. You may not always notice it, but it's there, guiding your thoughts, influencing your choices, and magnetizing your experiences. This is your vibrational set point, and whether you're aware of it or not, it's shaping the quality of your reality every single day. Most people believe their life is determined by their actions or habits, and while those play a role, they are secondary. What comes first is your energy, your default emotional state, the average tone of your thoughts, the general feeling you wake up into each morning. This internal climate is what's determining your external weather. If you want to change what's showing up in your life, you must first identify where your set point is, and then raise it. You've likely experienced this without knowing. Have you ever noticed that no matter how good things get, you somehow return to a familiar state, mild stress, low-level frustration, or quiet dissatisfaction? Or maybe no matter how bad things seem, you bounce back to a base level of optimism. That's not coincidence. That's your vibrational set point pulling you back to its center. Your set point is formed over time. It's built from repeated thoughts, practiced emotions, and unconscious beliefs. But here's the good news. It's not permanent. Like a thermostat, it can be adjusted. The first step is awareness. Begin to notice your emotional average, not just your peaks of joy or lows of sadness, but the tone you sit in most of the day. That tone is your vibrational home base. Is it peace? Is it anxiety? Is it self-doubt? Is it gratitude? Once you locate your current set point, you can begin to shift it. Not through massive effort, but through gentle, consistent practice. Small shifts, repeated daily, have the power to reprogram your baseline. Start by choosing one elevated emotion, joy, appreciation, ease, and intentionally activating it each morning. Hold it for just 5 minutes, then do it again the next day. Frequency, like muscle, builds with use. You may not feel a dramatic change immediately. That's okay. This isn't about spikes of energy. It's about resetting the floor you stand on. Over time, your nervous system adapts, your mind recalibrates, and your energy field begins to vibrate at a higher level by default. And when that happens, everything around you adjusts to meet it. Opportunities, people, ideas, even timelines. You don't rise by pushing harder. You rise by resetting your inner standard. This is what makes growth sustainable. No more temporary highs followed by the same old fall. Your new reality begins when your new frequency becomes your new normal. This chapter isn't about chasing peak states. It's about becoming a new baseline, one that feels like ease, clarity, and quiet confidence. One that doesn't need to be reached. It's simply where you live. Your set point is your true starting point. Choose it consciously, and the rest will align naturally. Reality is an echo, not of your words, but of your vibration. What you experience today is not a random collection of events. It's the reverberation of energy you've broadcasted repeatedly in the past. This is the echo principle. Life responds not to what you say you want, but to the frequency you've been consistently holding. Until you shift that frequency, the past will continue to repeat. Look closely, and you'll see it. The patterns, the emotional déjà vu, the relationships that feel too familiar, the financial ceilings you can't seem to break. These loops are not fate. They are reflections of a broadcast that hasn't changed. You are walking through a field of mirrored energy, and it keeps showing you who you've been, even if that's not who you want to be. Most people try to change the outer conditions without adjusting the inner signal. They switch jobs, end relationships, move cities. But unless the vibration changes, the echo remains the same. The characters may shift, the scenery may evolve, but the emotional tone persists. Because the universe is not punishing you, it's informing you. It's holding up a vibrational mirror so you can see what you're projecting, and therefore, what you can change. You might wonder why certain struggles feel stubborn, why progress feels like a loop. It's because your frequency has a momentum to it. Like a note sustained in a cavern, it continues to reverberate until something disrupts the pattern. That disruption begins with awareness. The moment you realize what you're experiencing is an echo, not a fixed truth, you reclaim your power. Start by identifying the recurring themes in your life. What emotional patterns keep resurfacing? What stories do you tell yourself that always seem to play out? These are your echoes, and while they may feel frustrating, they are also invitations. They are asking you to stop reacting and start recalibrating. To shift the echo, you must shift the tone. That means changing how you feel before life gives you a reason. It means choosing the vibration of peace while chaos still swirls, choosing abundance while the numbers say otherwise, choosing love before it appears outside of you. The moment you hold a new frequency long enough, consistently enough, the echo must change. Because the universe only ever responds to what you're being, not what you're hoping. This chapter is your moment to interrupt the loop, not by effort, but by frequency. You are not doomed to your past. You are only tuned to it, and tuning can be changed, with breath, with choice, with presence. So the next time life presents a familiar challenge, pause and ask yourself, what is this echoing back to me? Then adjust your vibration accordingly, because once you change your signal, the universe must follow. The old patterns dissolve. The new rhythm emerges, and the past finally stops repeating, not because the world changed, but because you did. Every thought you think becomes something, not just a fleeting spark in your brain, but a vibrational imprint in your field. These imprints, when repeated, take on form. They become thought forms, energetic structures that shape your identity, influence your choices, and attract experiences to match. The more emotion you give them, the more substance they gain. And over time, these thought forms create what we call echo fields, patterns of reality that loop and repeat until your identity changes. You might think your identity is made of personality traits, habits, or life history, but underneath all that is energy. It's not who you are, it's what you've practiced being. Your dominant thought forms create the frequency that defines who you think you are. I'm always anxious. I can't trust people. I never have enough. These aren't just beliefs, they are energetic blueprints, and once activated, they attract reality that reinforces them. This is why change can feel difficult. You try to think positively, act differently, even speak affirmations, but nothing sticks, because the old thought forms are still vibrating in your field. They haven't been cleared, and so even with your best efforts, the echo returns. You walk into a new situation, but feel the same rejection. You try a new job, but feel the same pressure. You start a new relationship, but feel the same fear. It's not that life hasn't changed, it's that your field hasn't. The echo field is still active, still broadcasting the same identity, still pulling the same outcomes toward you, not to trap you, but to invite you into awareness. But here's the truth that shifts everything. These energetic structures are not fixed. They're made of vibration, and vibration can be altered. The moment you recognize a thought form, you can choose not to feed it. The moment you become aware of an echo, you can decide not to follow it. You are not your thought forms. You are the awareness behind them, and that awareness is powerful enough to dissolve even the oldest frequencies. Begin to watch your thoughts with neutrality. Notice which ones feel like identity. This is just how I am. That's my story. I always. These are the phrases that reveal an embedded frequency. Don't resist them, observe them, then interrupt them. You don't need to fight the old thought form. You simply stop energizing it. With repetition, silence becomes your new signal, and in that silence, you can plant something new. Choose thought forms that align with your desired identity, not from effort, but from embodiment. I am calm. I am supported. I am creative. Speak them with feeling. Let them vibrate in your cells. Over time, they gain weight in your field. They become dominant, and eventually, they reshape your echo. This chapter is your invitation to become the sculptor of your identity, not by changing who you are, but by clearing who you're not. The energy clinging to your name, your past, your story, it's all malleable. It only continues if you continue it. Let it go. Tune anew and watch your life respond. There comes a moment when your current frequency no longer fits who you're becoming. You feel it as restlessness, irritation, or even emotional chaos. Things that once felt normal begin to feel unbearable. This is not failure. It's not regression. It's the vibrational split, a sacred threshold where your old self begins to dissolve and your new self asks to be born. In that space, you are faced with a choice: collapse or creation. Most people don't realize what's happening during these moments. They think life is falling apart, not realizing something greater is falling into place. But the discomfort is not punishment, it's pressure. And pressure is the birthplace of transformation. The frequency you've been vibrating at is no longer sustainable. You've outgrown it. And just like a snake sheds its skin, your energy field is preparing for something higher. But the split is not passive. It's a moment of conscious decision. When your emotions surge, your patterns flare, and your mind spins, you are being asked, which timeline will you reinforce? Will you collapse back into what's familiar, old identities, old reactions, old stories? Or will you rise into a new frequency, one that demands your full awareness and deliberate alignment? Collapse is easy. It's the autopilot path. It feels familiar even when it hurts. You'll justify it. You'll say, this always happens, or maybe I'm just not meant for more. But what you're really doing is rehearsing the old vibration, re-inviting the old echo, and the universe, ever faithful to your frequency, will respond accordingly. Creation, however, is an act of courage. It requires that you pause in the storm and ask, what am I choosing right now? It asks that you feel the discomfort, not as a signal to shrink, but as a cue to expand. to choose a higher response even when the evidence hasn't arrived, to shift the energy before the outcome. This is the pivot point where new timelines are born, not when everything is peaceful, but right in the middle of your most reactive moments. When you choose peace instead of panic, grace instead of judgment, faith instead of fear, you are creating, not metaphorically but vibrationally. And what you choose at that fork in the frequency determines the path that unfolds. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to never waver, but you do have to become aware. This chapter is not about preventing the split. It's about recognizing it for what it truly is, a portal. When you feel like you're breaking, you're really being refined. When you feel like you're lost, you're standing at the entrance to a new field of possibility. Choose your signal. Choose your state. In the vibrational split, life does not respond to your past. It responds to your present choice. Collapse if you must, but know that creation is always one aligned breath away. The power is in your frequency, and the choice has always been yours. You are always broadcasting, not with your words, but with your energy. Every thought, every emotion, every belief is a signal sent into the field of creation. You may not see it, but the universe hears it clearly. Reality isn't responding to what you're saying, it's responding to who you're being. And that broadcast never turns off. This is the inner broadcast, the vibration you emit simply by existing in a particular state of consciousness. It's not about effort, it's about frequency. You're not waiting for reality to catch up, you're instructing it every moment through your energy. The question is, are you broadcasting consciously or unconsciously? Most people move through life unaware of their signal. They say they want love while broadcasting fear. They speak of abundance while vibrating in lack. They act confident while silently carrying doubt. And then they wonder why the world sends mixed messages in return. But the universe isn't confused. It's consistent. It doesn't respond to your words. It mirrors your energy. When you realize this, you stop trying to force change from the outside. You stop chasing outcomes, manipulating details, or controlling others. Instead, you go inward. You listen to your own signal. You become a guardian of your vibration. Because once your inner broadcast shifts, the external world has no choice but to follow. You've likely experienced this already, a day when everything went wrong and you noticed your mood was low before it started, or a time when everything clicked effortlessly and you felt unusually clear or joyful beforehand. That wasn't luck. It was alignment. Your inner broadcast called forth a matching reality. It always does. This chapter is not about changing everything instantly. It's about becoming aware of the tone you're holding. Pause and feel it now. Beneath your thoughts, beneath your story, what's the dominant vibration? Is it openness or contraction, trust or control, joy or resentment? That tone is what life is listening to. When you begin to broadcast consciously, your life becomes art. You no longer wait for circumstances to improve so you can feel good. You feel good so circumstances begin to improve. Not because you're manipulating reality, but because you're harmonizing with it. You're becoming the signal you want to receive. If you desire peace, become peace. If you desire love, radiate it first. If you want clarity, step into stillness. This isn't about pretending, it's about presence. Feel the emotion now, even before there's a reason. That feeling becomes your new broadcast, and that signal becomes your new life. Reality doesn't need convincing, it simply responds. So send it a frequency worth reflecting. Speak less, align more, feel before you ask. You are already the transmitter. Make your message clear and watch as the world listens. Because it always has been, because it always will. There is a single shift that can change everything. Not over time, but immediately. That shift is awareness, not as a concept, but as a state of being. The moment you become aware of your current frequency, you're no longer a passive participant in your life. You become the conductor. You stop reacting and start broadcasting with precision. Awareness is not just observation, it is activation. Most people move through life asleep to their vibration. They feel emotions but don't realize their signals. They think thoughts but don't recognize them as instructions. They carry identities but never question if those identities are aligned with their desires. Without awareness, they live in reaction to old programming, wondering why change never lasts. But change doesn't begin with doing, it begins with seeing. To become the frequency you want to live in, you must first see where you're currently tuned, and that requires presence, stillness, honesty. When you pause and witness your inner state without judgment, something remarkable happens. The field responds. You've stopped running the old loop. You've become conscious, and that consciousness is the most powerful energy in the universe. You cannot change what you are not aware of, but the moment you see it, you have a choice. Awareness is the fork in the road. You can continue the old vibration out of habit, or you can shift. Not later. Now, not when the situation improves, not when someone else behaves differently. Right now, in this breath, you can choose a new frequency, and the moment you do, your reality begins to rearrange itself to match. This isn't about suppressing emotions or forcing positive thoughts. It's about becoming aware of what you're emitting and choosing from a place of clarity. You might notice frustration rising. You might catch yourself spiraling into fear. But instead of falling unconscious inside the feeling, you step back and witness it. You say, I see this, I feel this, and I choose differently. That is activation, not denial, empowerment. The more you practice awareness, the more powerful your vibration becomes, because you're no longer leaking energy into unconscious thoughts. You're no longer reinforcing identities that don't serve you. You're broadcasting from presence. And presence is magnetic. To become the frequency is to stop waiting and start being. Don't wait to feel confident, embody it. Don't wait for peace, inhabit it. Don't hope for clarity, activate it. Awareness gives you the doorway. Stepping through is your choice. This chapter is not asking you to do more, it's asking you to notice more. Start small, pause before you speak, breathe before you act. Tune in before you respond. Ask, what am I vibrating right now? That question alone can shift your entire trajectory. Awareness is not just the beginning of transformation, it is the transformation. Because once you see your frequency, you are no longer controlled by it. You are in command. You are the frequency. You are the source. You are awake. And that changes everything. Every belief you hold is a line of energetic code written into the operating system of your reality. These beliefs don't just shape your thoughts, they shape your vibration, and your vibration determines what life reflects back to you. Most people think beliefs are thoughts they've accepted, but in truth, beliefs are frequencies they've practiced. Repeated long enough, they harden into identity. And once they become identity, they dictate experience. You're not just thinking beliefs, you're broadcasting them. I'm not good enough. Success is hard. People can't be trusted. These may seem like thoughts, but they're actually commands, vibrational scripts that tell the universe what to mirror back. And the universe, perfectly precise, delivers matching circumstances, not as punishment, but as confirmation. It reflects what you've coded. This is why trying to change your reality without changing your beliefs feels frustrating. You set goals, say affirmations, take action, but if the underlying code hasn't shifted, the new reality can't stabilize. It glitches. The system reboots to its old settings because deep down your beliefs haven't been rewritten. The operating system is still running the past. But here's the liberating truth. You are the coder. You've been writing this script all along, and you can rewrite it now, not through willpower, but through frequency. You don't overwrite a belief with logic. You overwrite it by embodying a new vibration until it becomes your new baseline. When you feel different, think differently. and act from that new state. The old code dissolves. A new program takes root. Start by identifying the hidden beliefs shaping your world. Look at what keeps repeating, not just in situations, but in emotions. If lack is a theme, what do you believe about abundance? If love feels distant, what do you believe about worthiness? Trace the pattern to its root. Don't judge it, just witness it. Awareness brings it to the surface. Now write new code, not as wishful thinking, but as energetic truth. I am worthy of support. Opportunities flow to me with ease. My value is not up for debate. Feel these statements in your body. Speak them not to convince the world, but to realign your vibration. Let your nervous system acclimate to the new frequency. The more you live in that feeling, the more the code embeds. This is not about blind positivity. It's about conscious programming. You're not pretending. You're choosing a new internal reality and watching the external world conform, not overnight, but inevitably, because the field always follows the frequency. This chapter is your invitation to take back the keyboard of your mind, to stop recycling beliefs that aren't yours, to upgrade the script you've been unconsciously living. Your identity isn't fixed. Your story isn't locked. Your beliefs are just energy, and energy can be changed. Choose your code, install it with intention, let it run with repetition. Your new operating system begins the moment you decide to believe differently and become the vibration that proves it. Identity is not a fixed structure. It's not who you truly are. It's who you've been conditioned to believe you are. From childhood experiences, societal labels, repeated narratives, and emotional imprints, your current identity was formed. But here's the truth. Your identity is just a frequency. And like all frequencies, it can be tuned, shifted, overridden. You are not bound to your past self. You are only vibrating in the habit of being them. Most people try to change their lives without changing who they believe themselves to be. They chase goals with the energy of someone who doesn't believe they deserve them. They affirm abundance while still identifying as someone struggling. They visualize love but still see themselves as unworthy of connection. And when things don't shift, they blame their circumstances, never realizing the signal was set to the old self all along. If your identity says, "I'm not enough," then even your best efforts will feel like survival. If your identity says, "I always get overlooked," then recognition can't land. It bounces off the barrier of disbelief. You don't get what you want. You get what your identity allows. Until the identity changes, the vibration doesn't. And until the vibration changes, the reality stays the same. But you're not trapped. Because identity isn't concrete, it's coded, and you can override the code. The first step is recognizing the current identity you've been unconsciously inhabiting. What roles have you accepted without question? What limitations have you claimed as truth? What labels have you worn like second skin? These identities may feel familiar, but they're not you. They're just practiced frequencies. Now comes the shift. Imagine the version of you who already lives in the reality you desire, not in fantasy, but in frequency. How do they walk? How do they speak? What do they assume about themselves? What decisions feel natural to them? Begin stepping into this identity, not by forcing behavior, but by broadcasting the feeling. This is the identity override. Not pretending, not acting, embodying, being the version of you that matches your vision, even before the evidence arrives. The universe doesn't respond to effort, it responds to essence. When you change who you are being, reality cannot resist. It must reorganize around your new broadcast. You don't need years of healing to do this. You need presence, you need decision, you need repetition. Choose your new identity in the morning and walk in it. When the old self pulls at you through fear, doubt, or memory, pause, breathe, and return to the vibration of the new you. again and again until it becomes your new baseline. This chapter is your moment to let go of the lifetime of limitation. You are not the story you've lived. You are the frequency you choose now. Override the identity that has kept you small. Step into the signal that expands you. You are not becoming someone new. You are returning to who you were before the world taught you to shrink. That version is waiting. Tune in and begin. Every moment offers you a choice far more powerful than most realize. Not a choice of action, but a choice of alignment. Decision is not just a mental process. It's an energetic command. When you decide something fully, without hesitation or split intention, the universe moves. Timelines collapse, possibilities realign, and your new reality begins to take shape. Not over weeks or years, but instantly. Most people misunderstand decision. They think it means hoping or trying, but real decision is clean. It's certain. It doesn't look backward or wait for permission. It doesn't bargain with fear. It says, "This is who I am now," and every cell of your being begins to organize around that new identity. Life doesn't change because of what you want. It changes because of what you decide. You've likely made decisions before that shifted everything. Maybe you didn't know how things would unfold, but you felt a deep knowing. You moved cities. You left the job. You walked away from what was safe. And even without all the answers, you felt powerful, alive, clear. That clarity was the frequency of decision, and it called in a new timeline the moment you claimed it. The reason many people stay stuck is because they're undecided. They float between desire and doubt. They say they want change, but they keep checking if it's safe. That split energy creates static in their field. The universe doesn't ignore them. It simply mirrors the confusion. Mixed signals create mixed outcomes. But the moment you decide, the noise stops, the signal strengthens, and the path appears. Decision is not about knowing every step. It's about locking into a new state of being. It's energetic integrity, when your thoughts, feelings, and actions align with the version of you who has already received what you want. You step onto a new frequency, and that frequency generates a new experience. You don't have to wait for clarity to decide. Decision creates clarity. When you stop asking if you're ready and just choose, your energy shifts. You stop being the seeker and become the creator. The power isn't in waiting, it's in declaring. This is who I am. This is what I allow. This is what I expect. From that place, everything changes. Conversations unfold differently. People respond differently. Synchronicities increase. And not because you forced the outcome, but because you aligned with it. You stopped wobbling and became magnetic. This chapter is not asking you to work harder. It's asking you to decide who you are now, and to live from that decision without compromise. The timeline you're waiting for already exists, but it cannot meet you until you meet yourself. So ask right now, what would I choose if I wasn't afraid? Then choose it, not as a concept, but as a vibration. Hold it, walk in it, speak from it, act through it. The moment you decide, the universe listens, and it always responds to clarity, instantly. Visualization is a powerful tool, but it's not the final destination. It's a doorway, a glimpse, a vibrational preview of what already exists in potential. But too many stop at the doorway. They see the life they desire, imagine it vividly, and then return to their present circumstances as if it were more real than the vision itself. The secret is not to visualize your future, it's to enter it, to step into the vision so completely that your body, your mind, and your frequency cannot tell the difference. Most people treat visualization like a wish. They close their eyes, see what they want, feel excited for a moment, then open their eyes and feel the contrast of what is. That contrast creates doubt, and the energy collapses. But the true purpose of visualization is not to create desire, it's to change your state. The vision isn't meant to stay on a screen in your mind. It's meant to become your broadcast. To enter the vision means to merge with it, to feel it not just as possibility, but as present. Your nervous system doesn't know the difference between a vividly imagined experience and a real one. That's your power. When you embody the frequency of your vision, when you walk, speak, and breathe from that version of you, you're no longer visualizing, you're being. This is the moment the shift happens, because the universe does not respond to your imagination, it responds to your vibration. And vibration is not what you see, it's what you embody. So the question is not, can I picture it? The question is, can I become it? Close your eyes and bring your vision to life, but don't just see it. Step into it. Look around from within it. What does the room smell like? What do you feel in your body? Who's there with you? What conversations are you having? Now, notice how your posture shifts, how your breath deepens, how your heart softens. That shift, that's the portal, that's alignment. You've left hoping behind, you've entered knowing. You don't need to hold the vision all day, just long enough to change your state. Once your frequency locks in, momentum takes over. Life begins to respond to the you that lives inside the vision, not because you tricked it, but because you matched it. This chapter is not about watching your dream. It's about inhabiting it, not someday, now. The future is not waiting to arrive, it's waiting to be entered. You do that not through fantasy, but through presence. So stop visualizing and start embodying. Don't just close your eyes and see it. Open your whole being and be it. Let the vision take root in your vibration. Let it shape how you walk into rooms, how you speak to yourself, how you make decisions. When you become the vision, the world has no choice but to reflect it, because what you are, the universe must echo. And when you are the vision, you are already there. Wishing carries the energy of separation. It implies that what you want is far away, uncertain, maybe possible, but maybe not. Wishing vibrates with doubt, with hope tangled in fear. And while it may feel innocent, the frequency it broadcasts is clear. I don't yet believe this is mine, but knowing is different. Knowing is presence. Knowing is power. It is a silent, unshakable signal to the universe. This already exists. I've already claimed it. There is a subtle but profound shift that happens when you move from wishing to knowing. You stop grasping. You stop waiting. You stop needing the external world to validate your dream. Instead, you begin to carry it as truth within your energy field. And because reality responds to frequency, not words, that internal knowing becomes a magnet for the exact experience you've already accepted as yours. Most people speak their desires like questions. I hope this works. Maybe one day. I really want this. The words may be hopeful, but the vibration is one of distance. And the universe doesn't deliver based on desire. It delivers based on alignment. The moment you believe something is still out there, it stays out there. The moment you know it's already here, it begins to form around you. You've likely felt this in small moments. That sudden clarity where you just knew something was going to happen, and it did. You didn't analyze it. You didn't need proof. You just felt it. That inner certainty is the most powerful state you can occupy. It's not loud. It doesn't need to convince. It simply is. And the universe listens. To anchor into this knowing, you must first drop the need for evidence. Knowing isn't about seeing, it's about feeling. It's an embodied truth that says, this is mine because I've already become the version of me who receives it. From that place, your actions become effortless. You're not acting to get something, you're acting because you already have it. The energy is different, and the results follow. Practice this. Choose one desire you've been holding with hope. Now shift your language. Instead of I hope, say I already am. Instead of I wish, say I know. Then breathe into that version of you. Stand like them. Speak like them, move like them. You're not pretending, you're remembering, you're matching the frequency of the timeline that already exists. This chapter is not asking you to fake confidence. It's guiding you to find the quiet knowing that already lives beneath your doubt. You don't have to shout it. You don't have to prove it. You just have to trust it. Feel it settle in your chest. Let it rise in your spine. Let it radiate without explanation. Don't wish. No. That's the frequency that reshapes your world, not because you forced anything, but because you finally stopped waiting and decided it was already done. And once you know, truly know, reality cannot help but catch up. There is a moment in the middle of sleep when you realize you are dreaming. The dream hasn't ended, but your awareness has turned on. This is lucid dreaming, not just a curiosity of the night, but a profound training ground for conscious creation. In the dream, you discover that intention shapes reality instantly. You think of flying, and you fly. You imagine light, and the darkness disappears. Within that space, the rules are not broken. They're rewritten by your awareness. This is dreamwalking, and it is more than a nighttime event. It is preparation for a higher way of living. Most people treat dreams as separate from waking life, as illusions that vanish with morning light. But the mechanics are the same. In both states, your environment responds to your focus, your assumptions, your frequency. The only difference is your level of consciousness. In the dream, things move faster because your resistance is lower. You don't question how, it just happens. You accept that your intention is enough, and so it is. That same truth applies when you're awake. But in waking life, your conscious mind often resists. It doubts, it delays, it demands evidence, and so manifestation slows. But if you train yourself in the dream, if you practice creating from clarity, from stillness, from pure desire, you begin to build the muscle of belief. Not intellectual belief, but embodied certainty. That certainty becomes your bridge between dream and waking life. To begin dreamwalking, you first shift how you approach sleep. Instead of letting the day carry you into unconsciousness, set an intention. Tell yourself, tonight, I will awaken inside the dream. You may not succeed right away, but the command matters. It begins to train your awareness to stay present even in altered states. Over time, you'll find yourself becoming aware mid-dream, and that moment is everything. When lucidity comes, don't rush. Breathe, ground yourself in the awareness that you are creating this world. Then, experiment, change the sky, call in someone you love, walk through a wall, feel what it's like to know that reality bends to your awareness. And then ask yourself, what if my waking life works the same way? Because it does. The more you practice dreamwalking, the more those feelings of power, presence, and ease begin to leak into your waking consciousness. You start to recognize that you are dreaming here too, dreaming with your eyes open. And in this dream, you can also fly, you can also shift, you can also choose. This chapter is not just about dreams, it's about waking up to the truth that reality is fluid, and you are its author. Whether asleep or awake, the dream responds to your vibration. So enter it with intention. Walk through it with wonder. Use your nights not just for rest, but for remembrance. Lucid dreaming is not escape. It is return. Return to your power. Return to your awareness. Return to the truth that creation has always been your natural state. Synchronicities are not coincidences. They are communication. Small, often subtle moments where the universe reveals it's been listening all along. A phrase you were just thinking shows up on a billboard. A stranger speaks the exact words you needed to hear. A number pattern repeats until you can't ignore it. These are not random. They are the breadcrumbs of alignment. And when you begin tracking them, you discover that life is always guiding you. Most people experience synchronicities without realizing their power. They smile at the timing, feel the magic for a moment, and then move on. But synchronicities are more than signs. They are feedback, indicators of your current vibration. When they increase, it's not just for fun. It's evidence that you are in resonance with something greater than your conscious mind. You are tuned to the frequency of flow. The universe doesn't speak in paragraphs. It speaks in nudges, mirrors, symbols, and rhythm. It delivers answers not always through logic, but through alignment. Your job is not to force these messages, but to notice them. The more you notice, the more they multiply. Not because they weren't there before, but because your awareness amplifies your connection. Begin each day by setting the intention to be aware of synchronicity, not to chase it, but to receive it. Ask, show me what I need to see today. Then stay open. Not everything will be loud. Sometimes the message is in the way a feather floats, or how a song comes on at just the right moment. These details may seem small, but they are precise, and they're not just encouragement, they are direction. Each synchronicity is a breadcrumb on your path. They appear more frequently when you're in alignment with your higher self, and they fade when you're off track, not as punishment, but as guidance. They are a mirror of your coherence, a signal that your energy and your intention are in harmony. The more you notice, the more confident you become in your connection. You stop needing proof because the pattern becomes undeniable. Start keeping a synchronicity journal, not just to document the events, but to tune your awareness to the subtle. Write down the patterns you see, the feelings that accompany them, the insights they spark. Over time, you'll see threads emerge. Repetition, precision, meaning. This practice trains your mind to work with the universe, not just inside it. This chapter is your reminder that you are not navigating alone. The universe is your co-creator, and synchronicity is its language. You don't need to understand it all. You only need to pay attention. Follow the breadcrumbs. Trust the rhythm. Let wonder lead you. The path is already unfolding beneath your feet. And with each synchronicity, it says, keep going. You're exactly where you need to be. Triggers are not obstacles. They are invitations. Each emotional reaction, each spike of discomfort is a signal pointing you toward something ready to be seen, healed, and transmuted. Most people run from their triggers or try to suppress them. But what if these moments of intensity were actually sacred gateways? What if emotional charge wasn't a problem, but raw power waiting to be directed? Emotions are energy in motion, and triggers are where that energy concentrates. A sharp comment, a forgotten call, a rejection, a delay. These things don't cause your pain, they reveal it. They awaken dormant beliefs, echoing unresolved frequencies you've carried for years. And in that activation, something miraculous becomes possible. Awareness. And with awareness comes transformation. Emotional alchemy begins when you stop fearing your reactions and start meeting them with curiosity. When you feel anger rise, you don't judge it. You ask, what is this here to show me? When sadness crashes in, you breathe into it instead of pushing it away. These emotions are not punishments, they are portals. Inside every uncomfortable feeling is the energy of a belief. And when you bring presence to that energy, you begin to change the structure of the belief itself. This is not about wallowing or bypassing. It's about becoming the observer. Imagine yourself sitting at the edge of your emotional experience, not drowning in it, but watching the waves. What thought preceded the feeling? What story are you still telling? What version of you is being protected or defended? Emotional alchemy is not control, it's communion, a conversation between your current vibration and your highest self. You turn triggers into transformation by becoming the calm within the chaos, by not reacting the way you always have. Each time you choose a higher response, you rewire your field. You create space between stimulus and response. And in that space, you birth a new version of yourself. The power of emotional alchemy is that it doesn't require external change. The people around you don't have to act differently. The world doesn't need to become gentler, because your freedom doesn't live outside you. It lives in how you hold your energy, how you breathe through resistance, how you meet the fire and transmute it into light. The next time you're triggered, pause. Don't run. Don't explain it away. Just breathe, get still, ask, what is this moment here to teach me about myself? Then listen, not with your mind, but with your heart. Feel the energy shift as presence replaces resistance. That is alchemy, not avoidance, not suppression, transmutation. This chapter isn't asking you to be perfect. It's asking you to be present. Your triggers are teachers in disguise. And your emotions, no matter how intense, are tools for elevation. Let them move through you. Let them clear the static. Let them reveal what's ready to rise. You are not broken. You are being refined. And your triggers, once feared, are now the very fuel for your transformation. Time is not the ticking of a clock. It is not something outside of you, dragging you toward the future or holding you back in the past. Time is frequency. It bends, expands, and contracts based on your state of being. When you live from your higher frequency, time opens. Manifestations accelerate. What once took months now takes moments, not because you forced the outcome, but because you collapsed the illusion of waiting. Most people experience time as linear. They think their desires live in a distant future, somewhere down the road, and that they must travel through hard work and patience to get there. But this is not how reality truly functions. The version of you who already lives in your desired reality exists now, in another timeline, on another frequency. Time doesn't separate you. It's your vibration that determines access. When you shift your frequency, you shift your position in time. This is why when you're in joy, hours pass like minutes. And when you're in worry or resistance, minutes feel like hours. You're not imagining that. You're bending time. Your emotional state either expands your access to creation or constricts it. High-frequency emotions like love, gratitude, excitement, they collapse time. They bring your future into the present. Low-frequency emotions create delays. They anchor you to the version of you who still believes they have to wait. To collapse time, you must collapse identity. You must stop thinking like someone who is waiting and start being the one who already has. Not pretending, not hoping, becoming. When you embody the version of yourself who already lives in the timeline you desire, you align with it vibrationally, and that alignment pulls it into form. Life doesn't respond to time, it responds to frequency. This is not about impatience, it's about presence. Waiting holds a frequency of absence. Knowing holds a frequency of presence. When you stop waiting, you stop separating yourself from what you want. You realize that desire is not something ahead of you, it's something rising within you, and your job is to feel it as real before it becomes visible. Begin now. Bring your desired reality into your now moment, not with force, but with frequency. Ask yourself, how would I feel if it were already done? Then breathe into that feeling, walk in it, speak from it, let it guide your decisions, let it inform your posture, your tone, your pace. That's not pretending, that's quantum embodiment. This chapter isn't about speeding things up, it's about stepping out of time altogether. The universe doesn't need time to deliver, it needs alignment. So drop the calendar, forget the clock, and tune into the now, because now is where all versions of you already exist. And the one you want to be is just a frequency away. Collapse the weight, collapse the doubt, and enter the timeline that has always been waiting for you. The version of you who already has everything you desire isn't a fantasy. They exist now, not in some distant future, but on a parallel frequency. You don't need to chase them, you need to become them. This is the secret to collapsing time, to accelerating manifestation, to turning desire into reality. You don't wait for the future to arrive, you embody it now. Most people delay their transformation. They tell themselves, once I have the money, I'll feel secure. Once I'm in love, I'll feel worthy. Once I'm successful, I'll feel confident. But life doesn't work that way. The feeling doesn't follow the result. The result follows the feeling. If you want to live in your desired reality, you must bring the energy of that reality into the present. You must become the end result now. This is not pretending, it's alignment. Pretending is surface-level performance. Embodiment is a vibrational shift. It means thinking, feeling, and acting from the frequency of the version of you who already lives in your desired outcome. Not once in a while, but as a new normal. Start with the question, who is the version of me that already has it? What does that version believe? How do they carry themselves? How do they respond to challenges? What decisions feel obvious to them? Now ask a deeper question. What if I became them today? The mind might resist. It will say, but it's not real yet. That's because the mind looks for proof. But your energy doesn't need proof. It creates it. When you embody a new identity, the world reshapes to reflect it. Because reality doesn't form around your wishes. It forms around your state. Try it. For one day, move through the world as if you've already crossed the finish line, not in arrogance, but in certainty. Let your energy say, it's already done. Speak like that version of you. Walk like them. Breathe like them. Make decisions from their clarity. You'll notice a shift, not just in how you feel, but in how life responds. People will treat you differently. Doors will open. Synchronicities will multiply, because the signal you're sending has changed. You don't have to hold it perfectly. You just have to return to it often enough that it becomes familiar. At first, it may feel like a stretch, but the more you practice, the more natural it becomes. Soon, the new you is not something you're reaching for, it's just who you are. This chapter is not about waiting for evidence, it's about becoming the evidence. You are the bridge between your present and your future, and every thought, every emotion, every moment of embodiment is a step across that bridge. The future doesn't belong to those who wait. It belongs to those who remember who they already are and live from it now. Surrender is not weakness. It is not giving up. It is not passivity. Surrender is one of the most powerful energetic acts you can choose because it signals total trust, not in something outside of you, but in the intelligence within you, the intelligence that is guiding your path, even when you can't see the whole picture. In the energetic realm, letting go is not release. It's expansion. It creates space, and that space amplifies your frequency. Most people misunderstand surrender. They believe it means accepting defeat, stepping back, or lowering desire. But surrender is not about less. It's about alignment. It's about releasing the resistance that keeps you separated from what you want. When you surrender, you stop holding your dream so tightly that your fear of not receiving it becomes louder than your faith. You step back, not to retreat, but to allow. There is a physics to this. Resistance compresses energy. It tightens your field, contracts your breath, and distorts your signal. The more you obsess over how, when, and through whom something will arrive, the more static you introduce into your frequency. The signal becomes unclear. The manifestation delays. Not because the universe is withholding, but because your grip is interfering with the flow. Letting go, on the other hand, is not abandoning the vision. It's trusting the delivery. It's knowing that once you've tuned into the desire and aligned your energy, your job is done. Your frequency has placed the order, and now you get to relax into receptivity. You don't need to check the status of the delivery every 5 minutes. You don't need to question if it's coming. You just need to hold the vibration that matches it and trust. Surrender doesn't mean you stop taking inspired action. It means you stop forcing outcomes. You move, you create, you show up, but from a place of overflow, not desperation. You know that what is meant for you cannot miss you, and that what is aligned will arrive in perfect timing. often in ways you never could have orchestrated yourself. This is where miracles happen. When you let go, the universe has room to work. The energy field opens. Possibilities that were once blocked begin to move, and often the result comes faster, cleaner, and with more ease than you imagined. Not because you chased it, but because you aligned with it, and then stepped back. This chapter is your reminder that control is not the source of power. Clarity is. You don't need to micromanage your dreams. You need to embody the frequency of already having them, and then release the rest. Letting go is not the end of the process. It's the amplifier. It's the moment your signal becomes undeniable. So breathe. Soften your grip. Step back into trust. The moment you let go of the how, the universe delivers the wow. Not because you gave up, but because you finally got out of the way. Your reality is not random. It is precise, responsive, and unerringly accurate. It mirrors your beliefs with perfect fidelity, not to punish or reward, but to reflect. Every belief you hold broadcasts a frequency, and that frequency pulls in matching experiences. These experiences reinforce the belief, and the loop continues. This is a frequency feedback loop, and until you recognize it, you'll keep living in a reality that echoes your past programming. Most people don't realize they're inside these loops. They believe their struggles are circumstantial. They think their relationships, money, health, or success are shaped by external forces. But life isn't happening to them. It's happening through them. What they assume to be true becomes the filter through which they perceive and receive reality. And then reality obliges by delivering more of the same. Imagine a person who believes they are unworthy. That belief vibrates beneath their words, their choices, their posture, their tone. The world responds accordingly. They are overlooked, dismissed, undervalued, not because life is cruel, but because life is a mirror. Those experiences confirm the belief, and the loop strengthens. Eventually it feels like fact, but it's not truth, it's repetition. The loop isn't broken by changing the external, it's broken by shifting the signal. When you change the belief, the frequency shifts, and when the frequency shifts, the mirror changes. But it takes awareness. You must be willing to question the patterns that feel familiar. You must ask, what belief is this experience reflecting back to me? This is not about blame, it's about power. You're not the victim of your loops, you're the creator. And that means you have the authority to interrupt them, not by force, but by choosing a new belief and living in alignment with it before you see the evidence. That's the secret. The feedback loop doesn't wait for proof. It begins when you broadcast a new truth long enough for reality to catch up. Start with a belief you're ready to upgrade. Maybe it's, I always struggle, or I'm never chosen, or nothing ever works out for me. Flip it. Choose the opposite. Things unfold for me easily. I am always supported. I am worthy of receiving. Then hold that new belief, not as a thought, but as a vibration. Speak it, feel it, act from it. At first, the old loop may try to reassert itself. That's okay. Don't argue with it. Just stay in your new signal. The shift doesn't come from proving anything. It comes from embodying something new. And when your frequency stabilizes, the mirror must change. It always does. This chapter is not about escaping feedback loops. It's about becoming conscious of them. When you see the pattern, you can write a new one. You are not trapped. You are broadcasting. Change the belief. Upgrade the frequency. And reality will confirm the new truth you've dared to embody. Reality is a mirror, not a metaphorical one, a vibrational one. It doesn't show you what you want. It shows you what you are, your thoughts, your beliefs, your dominant emotional state. All of it is reflected in the external world with astonishing precision. The problem is, most people look at the reflection and assume it's fixed. They react to what they see instead of realizing they are the source of what is being shown. But the mirror is not there to judge. It's there to reveal. And when you learn to observe it without flinching, you unlock your greatest power. The mirror doesn't lie. If you feel abandoned, the world will echo that. If you feel supported, it will confirm it. If you carry scarcity, the mirror will reflect lack. This is not personal, it's physics. The universe doesn't operate based on fairness or preference. It operates based on frequency. And your life is always, always mirroring your dominant vibration. When people see something they don't like in their reality, they often try to change the mirror. They push harder. They force outcomes. They beg for different reflections. But the mirror can't change until the source does. You don't yell at a mirror to make your reflection smile. You change your expression. In the same way, you don't shift your reality by effort alone. You shift it by tuning your frequency. But here's the key. This only works when you can look at what is without flinching. That means seeing your current reality, not as a verdict, but as feedback. You must look at the reflection, no matter how uncomfortable, and say, "Thank you for showing me where I've been broadcasting from." This is radical responsibility. It's also radical liberation, because it means nothing is locked. It can all be shifted from the inside out. Watch your world like a mirror. Notice what keeps showing up. Don't take it personally. Don't spiral into shame. Just observe. What is this reflection teaching you about what you've been vibrating? What assumptions are being mirrored back? This is not about blame. It's about clarity. Because once you see the pattern, you can change the frequency. When you start to shift your inner state, the mirror might delay. It's like turning a ship. There's a moment when you've changed course, but the scenery hasn't caught up. Don't let that trick you into thinking nothing's working. Stay steady in your vibration. The mirror always aligns, but it follows you. It doesn't lead you. This chapter is your reminder to keep your eyes open, not in fear, but in mastery. Reality is not fixed. It's responsive. Let it show you where you are. Let it confirm your growth. And even when the reflection is hard to see, don't flinch. Don't run. Just realign. The mirror mindset isn't about perfection. It's about presence. And presence creates power, always. Every moment is a crossroads, though most never see it. Life presents what feels like small decisions, what to say, where to go, what to believe, but each one carries immense weight, because every decision is a tuning fork. Every choice is a frequency alignment, and in that alignment, entire dimensions open or close. These are choice points. They're not always dramatic, but they are always defining. In the moment you decide, you shift timelines. Most people believe their path is linear. They think life unfolds in a single direction, dictated by external factors. But the truth is, life is multi-dimensional. At any given moment, countless realities exist in parallel, and your vibration chooses which one you step into. The moment you make a new choice, from clarity, from conviction, you don't just influence the future, you select a new version of the now. This is why certain decisions feel heavy. You can sense the pull, the pressure. That's not anxiety, it's potential. You're standing at a dimensional doorway. You can feel your old self tugging you back, whispering all the reasons to stay the same. But you can also feel the whisper of something more. That's the future self calling. And in the instant you choose differently, the energy shifts. You don't need to know all the steps. You just need to recognize the fork in the path. A conversation where you decide to speak your truth instead of hiding. A moment of doubt where you choose trust instead of fear. A habit, a pattern, a story. You get to pause and say, "Not this time." That's a choice point. And every time you choose a higher frequency, you activate a new timeline. You've experienced this before. Think back to a time when you made a seemingly small decision that changed everything. The day you said yes to something that scared you. The day you walked away from what no longer fit. In hindsight, you see the ripple, but in the moment it felt simple. This is the magic of decision. It collapses complexity. It moves mountains through vibration, not effort. To access dimensional shifts, you must stop making choices from who you've been. Start choosing from who you see you're becoming. Ask, what would the version of me who already has what I desire do right now? Then do that. Not to impress anyone, not to force anything, but to align with your next chapter. This chapter is your reminder that every decision counts, not because life is testing you, but because life is responding to you. You are not waiting for a sign. You are the sign. The moment you choose a new belief, a new response, a new way of being, the entire field shifts. Realities rearrange. Doors open. Synchronicities appear, not because you hoped, but because you decided. So choose. Choose with intention. Choose with energy. Because in the moment you do, you don't just change direction, you change dimensions, and that's when life begins to reflect the you you've already decided to become. The heart is more than a muscle. It is an intelligence, a transmitter, a compass. It vibrates with an electromagnetic field thousands of times more powerful than the brain, influencing not just your body, but the reality around you. When your heart is in harmony, your life follows. When it's scattered, your frequency becomes dissonant. This is the secret of emotional coherence. When the heart and emotions align, you enter the frequency of flow, not by chance, but by choice. Most people try to think their way into a better life. They repeat affirmations, analyze beliefs, strategize their next step. But if the heart is not in agreement, none of it sticks. Coherence is not about thinking the right thoughts. It's about feeling the right resonance. When the heart is calm, grateful, or loving, the body aligns. The nervous system relaxes. The frequency stabilizes. And in that stable field, manifestation becomes effortless. You've felt this before, moments where everything clicked. You weren't pushing, you weren't stressed. You were clear, open, at ease. That was coherence. You were in flow, not because you had control, but because your heart and emotions were harmonized. You became a clear signal, and the universe responded. On the flip side, when you feel conflicted, anxious, or emotionally divided, your field scrambles. You may be saying all the right things, but the vibration is inconsistent, and reality mirrors the inconsistency. Results are delayed, opportunities misfire, clarity disappears, not as punishment, but as feedback. Your emotional signal determines your level of access to the flow state. To tune the heart, you must begin with presence. Get quiet. Place your awareness on the center of your chest. Breathe slowly and deeply. Then bring to mind a moment of genuine appreciation. Something simple, something real. It could be the warmth of the sun, the sound of a friend's voice, or the feeling of being safe. Let that feeling fill your chest, then expand it outward. Hold it, not as a performance, but as a broadcast. This is how you create coherence. With practice, this becomes your baseline. You begin to operate from the heart, not as sentiment, but as stability. Decisions become clear, intuition becomes louder, resistance fades. You're no longer reacting, you're resonating. And in that resonance, life organizes itself around your field. This chapter is not about becoming emotionless. It's about becoming emotionally precise. The more coherent your heart, the more aligned your reality. This is not fantasy, it's frequency. And the heart is your most powerful tuner. So tune it. Breathe into it. Listen to it. Let it guide you not just through what feels good, but through what feels true. Because when your heart is coherent, your life doesn't just flow, it sings. And in that harmony, you become magnetic to everything meant for you, not by chasing it, but by matching it from the inside out. There's a space between your inner shift and the outer reflection, a pause between becoming and receiving. This is the vibrational gap, the period where you've elevated your frequency, but your reality still looks the same. It can feel confusing, frustrating, even discouraging. You've done the work. You've tuned your energy. You've become the version of you who already has it. So why hasn't it shown up? This gap isn't punishment. It's integration. Reality always lags behind vibration. Your external world is not real-time feedback. It's a delayed mirror. It's showing you who you were, not who you are now. The shift has already happened in the field. You're just waiting for the physical world to rearrange itself to match your new frequency. That takes trust. That takes steadiness. That takes alignment even in the face of delay. Most people lose the manifestation not because it wasn't working, but because they abandoned the vibration too soon. They let doubt creep in. They start reacting to what still looks like the old story, and in doing so, they retune to the past. The universe doesn't cancel the delivery, it simply aligns with the new signal. Consistency is key. The gap tests your ability to hold the new state before the evidence arrives. This is where the real mastery begins. Can you keep choosing the new you when the world hasn't caught up yet? Can you speak like them, walk like them, breathe like them when nothing around you validates it yet? That's not delusion, that's alignment. That's power. The gap is your invitation to stabilize, to prove not to others but to yourself that you are no longer available for the old vibration. Treat this space as sacred. It is the cocoon between the caterpillar and the butterfly. Don't rush it. Don't resent it. Use it. Keep calibrating your thoughts, your actions, and your emotions to the future you've already claimed. Celebrate the smallest evidence. Notice the subtle shifts. Journal the synchronicities. They are the first signs that the bridge is forming. You can also use this time to anchor deeper. Ask yourself, what would total trust feel like in my body? How would the version of me who's already living this outcome spend their day? What would they no longer worry about? Practice those answers, not because it gets you there faster, but because it proves you're already there in consciousness. This chapter is your reminder to hold the frequency, even in silence, even in the waiting. Because the waiting isn't a delay, it's a recalibration. Reality is not testing you, it's catching up to you. And when it does, it won't trickle in, it will flood. So breathe, stay aligned, smile at the empty space. It's not a void, it's a vortex. You've already made the shift. Now let reality reflect it, not because you begged for it, but because you became it. And becoming is always followed by arrival, always. You were never meant to chase. You were designed to radiate. The idea that you must go out and find what you want is rooted in misunderstanding. The truth is, you don't attract through force. You reflect through frequency. The life you experience isn't a result of what you pursue. It's a reflection of who you are being. Becoming magnetic is not about doing more, it's about aligning deeper. Most people live under the illusion of attraction. They think, if I want love, I must search for it. If I want abundance, I must hustle for it. If I want success, I must fight for it. But this approach creates exhaustion. It keeps you in a constant loop of reaching, striving, and hoping, never realizing the signal you emit is far more powerful than any effort you exert. Magnetism is not effort, it's essence. It is the natural result of coherence between your inner state and your outer desires. When you become the version of you who already has the thing you seek, you no longer need to look for it. It begins to orbit around you. Opportunities find you. People recognize you. Life adjusts, not because you forced it, but because you matched it. This is how reflection works. The universe is a vibrational mirror, always showing you the energy you hold. If you believe you are not enough, the world reflects lack. If you believe love is rare, it hides. But if you walk in the knowing that you are already whole, already worthy, already aligned, the world has no choice but to reflect that. You don't attract it, you become it, and the mirror responds. To become magnetic, start within. Ask yourself not what you want, but who you must be to receive it effortlessly. What does that version of you believe? How do they feel when they wake up? How do they speak, walk, and respond to life? Step into that version now, not as fantasy, but as identity. The moment you do, the signal changes. And when the signal changes, reality must follow. This isn't about pretending, it's about presence. You don't have to fake anything. You simply need to embody the energy of the version of you that no longer waits. That's where your power lives, in your being, not your wishing. Magnetism is quiet. It doesn't demand. It doesn't chase. It holds. It trusts. It knows. This chapter is not about learning how to pull things toward you. It's about remembering that everything you want is already drawn to your frequency. Shift your frequency, and the current adjusts. You don't need to attract what you already are. You need only to reflect it clearly. So stop trying to get. Start being. Let your energy speak louder than your words. Let your vibration declare what you allow. The mirror is always listening. And once you become magnetic, you won't have to look for your desire. It will find you because it always belonged to who you were becoming. Creation isn't something you start from scratch. It's not a process of building a reality that didn't exist before. In truth, everything you could ever desire already exists, right now, on a parallel frequency. You're not here to create from nothing. You're here to choose. This is the difference between trying to conjure a new reality and simply collapsing all other options, except the one you've decided is yours. That's how quantum creation works. You don't create, it's already there. You collapse all the timelines that are not aligned with your choice. Most people approach manifestation as if they're trying to summon something distant. They visualize, affirm, and script their dreams into existence, hoping that their efforts will make them real. But this process often comes with tension, with effort, with delay. That's because underneath all the action is an assumption. This doesn't exist yet. I need to create it. That assumption broadcasts a frequency of separation, and separation keeps your desire at arm's length. But what if you stopped trying to conjure and started choosing? What if you knew the version of your life where you're already healthy, successful, loved, and thriving already exists? What if your job isn't to build it, but to claim it? The shift is subtle but profound. Choosing says, it's done. Conjuring says, I hope, and the universe responds to certainty, not effort. This is what quantum physicists call wave function collapse. Every possible version of reality is already floating in potential, but the moment you make a clear, conscious choice, that particular version stabilizes. The wave collapses into a particle. Possibility becomes form, not because you made it happen, but because you chose it into being. You've already done this countless times. Think about decisions in your life that changed everything. At some point, you didn't just wish or try, you decided. And the moment you did, things began to move. You weren't forcing change. You were aligning with a timeline and collapsing the others. It felt clear. It felt inevitable. That's the power of choosing. To live this way is to become deliberate. No more hoping. No more wondering if it's working. You choose. I choose the timeline where I am abundant. I choose the version of me who is already healed. I choose the reality where I am supported, seen, and fulfilled. Then you hold that choice, not with force, but with calm knowing. And as you hold it, everything not aligned with it begins to dissolve. The old options fall away, the static clears, and the chosen timeline emerges as your experience. This chapter isn't about learning how to create. It's about remembering that you don't have to. It's all here waiting for your decision, not your effort, your decision. So stop trying to conjure a new reality. Collapse the old ones by choosing. Choose with clarity. Choose with conviction. Choose like it's already yours, because it is, and your choice is what brings it into view. Neutrality is not indifference. It's not a lack of care or ambition. It is a vibrational mastery, a state of inner stillness where your energy is so stable, so anchored, that external circumstances cannot shake you. This is the secret state of the masters. They don't react to life. They respond from presence. They don't beg for outcomes. They allow them. And they don't cling to desire. They embody it and let it go. Most people live on an emotional roller coaster, pulled by the highs and lows of what they see. When things look good, they feel good. When things fall apart, so does their alignment. But this makes their frequency erratic. The universe responds to stability. When you stay in your center, calm, clear, open, your signal becomes magnetic. You're not reaching for reality to change. You are radiating the frequency that makes it inevitable. Neutrality doesn't mean you stop desiring. It means you stop needing. Needing carries the energy of lack. It whispers, I'm incomplete until this shows up. But neutrality says, I already am. And because I already am, I allow it to arrive or not, without losing myself in the process. That's the vibration of power. That's what makes manifestations come faster, smoother, and with less resistance. You've felt this before. Think of the moments when you didn't obsess over something, but it appeared anyway. The time you stopped stressing about the outcome and it resolved itself. The person who showed up the moment you forgot about them. That wasn't coincidence. It was neutrality. You released the grip. You stopped holding the frequency of urgency. And in doing so, you became an open channel for flow. Neutral is not passive. It's potent. It's the space where energy moves freely, where timelines align with ease, where intuition gets louder. In neutrality, you're not pushing, you're receiving, you're not doubting, you're observing. You become the calm eye in the center of the storm. And from that still point, creation reorganizes itself around you. This doesn't mean you never feel strong emotions. It means you hold them with awareness. You don't get lost in them. You watch your own waves rise and fall without becoming the wave. You choose how to respond. You hold your field steady, and because of that, life responds differently to you. This chapter is your reminder that true power doesn't need to shout. It doesn't grasp or demand. It rests in neutrality, in unwavering trust, in the quiet certainty that you are the source. From that place you can call in anything, because you're no longer repelling it with desperation. You're no longer trying to prove you deserve it. You've already decided you do. So breathe into your center, feel the stillness beneath the noise. That is your anchor, that is your power. Neutrality is not the absence of creation. It is the purest form of it, and once you master it, you'll no longer chase your reality. You'll watch it rearrange itself around you. Effortlessly, consistently, naturally. Every shift begins quietly. A slight lift in mood, a subtle synchronicity, a moment where something just feels easier than before. These are not random. They are signs that your frequency is moving. The field around you is adjusting. You've begun to generate vibrational momentum, and what you do next either amplifies it or dissolves it. The key to transformation isn't waiting for the full result. It's honoring the early signs. It's catching the momentum and leaning in. Vibrational momentum is the energetic buildup that precedes manifestation. Like a wave forming beneath the surface, it starts small. Thoughts begin to align, emotions stabilize, opportunities feel closer, you feel lighter, clearer, more grounded. This is not the result yet, it's the precursor. And what you do in this early phase determines how fast and fully the external world shifts. Most people miss this window. They get a taste of change, but instead of trusting it, they doubt it. They look for evidence, and when it's not massive or instant, they say, it's not working. But that thought carries the frequency of collapse. It stalls the wave before it can rise. Momentum isn't always dramatic at first. It builds quietly, naturally, if you let it. To harness vibrational momentum, you must notice it, celebrate it. Even the smallest shift deserves your attention. A peaceful morning, a surprising compliment, a problem that resolved itself. These are signs that your inner broadcast is changing. Don't brush them off. Name them. Write them down. Gratitude is fuel for momentum. It amplifies the signal. It tells the universe, I see it, I receive it, I'm ready for more. Momentum also responds to consistency. You don't need to hold a perfect vibration all day, but the more often you return to your desired frequency, the more stability you create in the field. Each moment of alignment strengthens the wave. You don't need to force it. Just return, again and again. The energy compounds, the timeline solidifies. This is how change becomes effortless. You stop trying to make the shift happen and start riding the momentum you've already created. You trust the early signs instead of needing immediate proof. You stop starting over and start building. What once took weeks now takes days. What once felt far away now feels natural, not because the world suddenly changed, but because your frequency did. This chapter is your reminder to tune into the subtle, to treat early shifts as sacred. Don't wait for the breakthrough to celebrate. Celebrate your alignment now. Catch the wave before it crests. Smile when it's still small. This tells the universe you're not just interested, you're available. So notice the shift, feel the lift, lean into it, and know that every great manifestation starts with a flicker, not a fire. Your job is not to demand the outcome. Your job is to honor the signs that say it's already on the way. Momentum is the whisper before the roar. Hear it, follow it, let it carry you. Your outer world is a reflection of your inner atmosphere, not just your occasional thoughts, but the emotional climate you live in day after day. This inner environment is what determines what shows up around you, not through luck, but through law. When your inner atmosphere is steady, clear, and elevated, miracles become normal. Not because the universe suddenly favors you, but because you've created the conditions where the extraordinary can land. Most people live in a reactive state. Their emotional weather shifts constantly based on what's happening outside. A text changes their mood. A bill alters their energy. A delay throws off their whole day. This creates chaos in their field. Their frequency becomes unstable, and unstable energy creates unstable results. It's not that they're not manifesting, it's that they're manifesting from scattered signals. But when you shift from reacting to designing, your entire reality reorganizes. You begin to take ownership of your emotional climate. You don't wait for peace, you generate it. You don't chase joy, you cultivate it. You become intentional with your thoughts, deliberate with your focus, and protective of your energy. That consistency creates a fertile space where miracles don't just visit, they stay. Creating a powerful inner atmosphere starts with awareness. Begin to notice the tone of your internal world. Is it rushed, anxious, doubtful, or is it soft, spacious, and trusting? You don't have to be perfect, but you must be conscious, because whatever atmosphere you live in, life will reflect it. If your internal climate is one of lack, even abundance will feel unreachable. But if your inner climate is one of wholeness, even in transition, life will continue to deliver support. The atmosphere you hold influences what can enter your field. Think of your inner state like a radio signal. If you're on the frequency of fear, love can't land. If you're vibrating in frustration, clarity can't break through. But when you rise into calm, into openness, into expectancy, you send out a beacon, and everything that matches that beacon starts finding its way to you. Miracles are not rare. They're everywhere. But most people aren't tuned to receive them. They walk through a world of magic with their eyes closed, their minds distracted, their emotions stormy. And then they wonder why nothing shifts. But when you calm the storm inside, the extraordinary becomes visible. And not just visible, inevitable. This chapter is your invitation to live on purpose, to design the inner space where what you desire already exists. Let gratitude be your air. Let presence be your ground. Let joy be your sunlight. Let faith be your sky. You're not at the mercy of your circumstances. You're the architect of your atmosphere. And once that inner atmosphere becomes stable, the external world begins to conform. Miracles stop being surprises. They become your climate, not because you asked harder, but because you aligned deeper. Create the atmosphere and the miracles will follow, always. Receiving is an art most people never master, not because they're unworthy, but because they never stop grasping long enough to allow. They're so busy trying to make things happen that they miss the moment when everything they've asked for is finally trying to come through. True receiving begins the moment you surrender, not when you give up, but when you give over, to trust, to alignment, to ease. This is receiving mode, a vibrational state where the doors open, the current flows, and everything accelerates, not through effort, but through allowance. Surrender is often misunderstood. It sounds like letting go of desire, of action, of ambition. But surrender doesn't mean stop moving. It means stop resisting, stop doubting, stop trying to control every step along the way. When you surrender, you shift from force to flow. You move, but from inspiration. You act, but from alignment. And because your energy is no longer tangled in tension, your field becomes clear. And a clear field receives with ease. You've likely experienced this, even in small ways. The moment you stop obsessing over the text, it comes. The moment you release your grip on the outcome, something better appears. This isn't luck, it's physics. When you stop broadcasting the frequency of lack, when you stop saying, "I don't have it yet," you make space for the new to arrive. Receiving mode is a frequency, not a behavior. You don't earn your desires. You don't prove your worth. You tune to the vibration of already having, already being, already allowing. That tuning shifts your posture. Your breath slows, your body softens, your energy field opens. And what's been circling you for days, weeks, even years, can finally land. Most people block their own blessings, not because they're not ready, but because they won't let go. They keep asking and asking, but never pause long enough to receive. Imagine knocking on a door, but walking away before it opens. That's what resistance does. It keeps you out of sync with the very thing you're calling in. To enter receiving mode, you must practice stillness, not the absence of action, but the presence of trust. You must become a match to ease. That means letting go of timelines, of needing proof, of trying to force the how. You tune into gratitude, presence, and calm certainty. You become a vessel, not a pursuer. This chapter is your reminder that everything you've asked for is already answered. It's not about pushing harder, it's about opening wider. Let yourself relax into the knowing. Let yourself feel the support that's always been trying to reach you. You don't need to chase anything. You only need to become receptive to everything already chasing you. So breathe, release, surrender. Step into the frequency where ease is normal and receiving is natural. The moment you stop trying to carry it all is the moment the universe finally gets the chance to deliver. And it always delivers more when you're finally ready to let it. Beliefs are not fixed. They're not truths written in stone. They are flexible, energetic frameworks, mental architecture that determines how you experience reality. You didn't choose most of them. They were handed to you, layered into your subconscious through repetition, trauma, culture, and conditioning, and yet they govern everything, not because they're correct, but because your energy continues to agree with them. Belief sculpting is the conscious art of reshaping that inner architecture so your external life begins to reflect your true desires, not your inherited limitations. Most people live within the walls of their beliefs without ever questioning who built them. They want more, but their inner world says it's not safe, or that's not possible, or you're not enough. And so their reality keeps reflecting those assumptions. It's not fate, it's structure. The walls are holding in the signal. The signal is shaping the mirror. But what if you could change the walls? What if you could sculpt a new internal landscape that reflected who you're becoming, not who you've been? You can. And it begins with awareness. You must become the observer of your thoughts, not their prisoner. Pay attention to the inner voice that shows up when you set a new intention. Does it cheer you on or try to keep you safe in the familiar? Once you spot a limiting belief, don't fight it. Don't shame it. That gives it more power. Just acknowledge it. Ah, there you are, the old pattern. Then question it. Ask, who gave me this? Is it still true? Who would I be without it? The moment you question a belief, its grip begins to loosen, and into that space you can plant something new. Beliefs are most powerful when paired with emotion, so to sculpt a new one, you must feel the truth of it in your body. I am worthy. It gets to be easy. I can trust life. These aren't just phrases, they are frequencies. Speak them, then breathe into them. Find the version of you who already lives in that truth. Borrow their energy. Sit in their presence. Let your nervous system adjust to the new architecture. You don't need to replace every belief overnight. Start with one, the one that keeps showing up as resistance, fear, or self-sabotage. Rewrite it with intention, then live as if it were already true. Not to fake it, but to claim it, to normalize it in your vibration. And slowly the walls shift. The rooms expand. The structure becomes light. This chapter isn't about fixing yourself. It's about freeing yourself. You're not broken. You're just built around old scaffolding. And now you have the tools to design something new. You are the sculptor. Your thoughts are the chisel. Your emotions are the clay. And the masterpiece is not outside of you. It is you, reclaimed, reimagined, and completely redefined by your own conscious choice. Elevation doesn't require strain. You were never meant to climb toward your desires through pressure or push. Raising your vibration, your energy, your reality is not about doing more, trying harder, or forcing change. It's about allowing expansion, letting go of resistance, surrendering control and stepping into alignment. When you stop forcing and start flowing, you create space for elevation to happen naturally. You rise not by effort, but by resonance. Most people are addicted to force. They equate progress with exhaustion. They believe results require struggle, that manifestations are earned through pressure. And so they overthink, overanalyze, and overwork their way toward outcomes they could have aligned with in stillness. But what they don't realize is that this force often slows them down. It creates energetic friction. It introduces resistance. And resistance always delays the very thing they're trying to speed up. The truth is, your natural state is elevation. Your energy wants to rise. Your soul knows how to align, but your mind gets in the way with conditions and timelines and fears. So the work is not about forcing your way upward. It's about removing what weighs you down. Judgment, doubt, attachment. Letting go of these blocks doesn't make you passive. It makes you powerful. It brings you back to your essence, where elevation is effortless. Raising your vibration without force begins with simplicity. What makes you feel good? What brings you peace? What quiets your mind and opens your heart? It might be breath, movement, music, nature, stillness. These are not escapes. They are recalibrations. When you engage in what soothes your nervous system, your frequency rises, not because you tried to lift it, but because you returned to balance. Elevation also comes from presence. When you are fully in the now, not worrying, not rushing, not fixing, you become magnetic. Time bends, inspiration flows, clarity arrives. This is the paradox. The less you push, the more things move. The less you chase, the more things come. Not because you're avoiding effort, but because you're aligning with ease. This chapter is your permission to soften, to stop measuring your worth by how hard you're working, to release the belief that growth must hurt. Elevation can be gentle. It can be joyful. It can feel like breath, like relief, like returning home to yourself. You don't have to prove you're ready. You simply have to become available. So stop trying to force the shift. Start noticing what raises you naturally, and then do more of that. Not as a strategy, but as a devotion to your own alignment. Because the universe responds to your vibration, not your effort. And when you elevate without force, life doesn't resist you. It rises with you. That's the power of resonance. That's the magic of allowing. And that's when everything begins to unfold. Not because you demanded it, but because you matched it. Effortlessly, authentically, powerfully. Need is a repellent. The more you feel you must have something, the more elusive it becomes. This is the detachment paradox. The moment you truly let go is often the moment what you desire begins to move toward you. Not because you stopped wanting it, but because you stopped chasing it with the energy of lack. When you release the need, you become available to receive. Most people confuse detachment with apathy. They think letting go means not caring. But true detachment is not about not wanting. It's about not gripping. It's the difference between holding your desire with open hands versus clenching it so tightly you choke the flow. When you need something to happen in order to feel whole, your frequency broadcasts absence. You tell the universe, this isn't here yet. And reality reflects that signal with precision. Need carries a vibration of fear. Fear that it won't come. Fear that you're not enough without it. Fear that time is running out. That fear becomes the dominant energy in your field. Even if your words say, I trust, your vibration says, I don't. And the universe responds not to your language, but to your frequency. Detachment, on the other hand, carries a vibration of wholeness. It says, I already am, I already have. This or something better is on its way. That energy is magnetic. It doesn't chase, it attracts. It doesn't force, it flows. When you detach, you become a clear channel. You're no longer entangled in the outcome, and because of that, the outcome can finally come in. You've likely seen this in your own life. The person you obsessed over never called back until you moved on. The opportunity you stressed about didn't show up until you stopped caring. The moment you let go, something opened. That wasn't coincidence, that was coherence. Your field shifted, your grip softened, and your signal became one of receptivity instead of resistance. So how do you detach when the desire feels strong? You stop assigning it the role of savior. You stop saying, I'll be happy when, and start finding the frequency of what you think it will give you now. If you're waiting for love to feel worthy, practice worthiness first. If you're chasing money to feel secure, generate that security from within. Detachment doesn't mean you give up on your desire. It means you align with it so completely that you no longer need it to feel the way you want to feel. This chapter is your reminder that holding on too tightly sends the wrong message. The more desperate your energy, the longer the delay. But when you let go, not from frustration, but from trust, you unlock the flow. You become the version of you who already has it. And from that state, receiving is not a question of if, but when. So relax your grip. Breathe. Trust. The moment you detach is the moment everything begins to align. Not because you no longer wanted it, but because you finally stopped pushing it away. You are not separate from the universe. You are an extension of it, a localized expression of a vast, intelligent field that is alive, aware, and responsive. This field doesn't just surround you, it moves through you. It listens to your vibration, not your words. It responds to your energy, not your effort. And the more you align with this intelligence, the more your life begins to move in harmony. This is the art of harmonizing the field, bringing your internal state into sync with the universal frequency that already knows your path. Most people live in friction. Their thoughts pull in one direction, their emotions in another, and their actions in yet another. They pray for clarity but broadcast confusion. They ask for flow while vibrating in resistance. And so the universe reflects that scattered signal, not as punishment, but as a mirror. The field cannot be fooled. It doesn't respond to what you hope is true. It reflects what you've accepted as real. To harmonize with the field, you must first become coherent. That means aligning your thoughts, emotions, and intentions into a unified signal. When you want something but doubt it, you split the frequency. When you desire love but expect disappointment, you short-circuit the broadcast. But when you think it, feel it, and embody it as already true, your field locks in. The signal becomes strong, consistent, and magnetic. You've experienced this alignment before, a day when everything just clicked. You didn't plan every detail, it just flowed. People showed up at the right time, ideas landed with clarity, opportunities unfolded without force. That wasn't luck, that was harmony. You were synced with the intelligence that sees the whole picture, and you allowed it to guide you. This intelligence is not separate from you. It is the deeper part of you, the part that doesn't panic, doesn't rush, and never doubts. When you slow down and listen, not to your fears, but to the subtle nudges beneath them, you begin to feel this deeper current. You begin to trust it, and trust is the frequency that unlocks miracles. Start each day by asking, how can I align with the field today? Instead of forcing a plan, open to a rhythm. Instead of demanding answers, tune into knowing. Let your energy speak before your actions. Let your intuition lead instead of your logic. The more you live from this place, the more you begin to feel supported, not occasionally, but constantly. This chapter is your reminder that you're not navigating alone. You are part of something vast, wise, and benevolent. When you harmonize with it, life begins to feel like a dance instead of a struggle. You're not here to control the field. You're here to move in sync with it. And when you do, you don't just change your life, you change your frequency. And that frequency makes you a beacon for everything already designed for you. All you have to do is align. Money isn't just numbers in an account or paper in your wallet. It's energy, it's movement, it's frequency. And like all energy, it responds to your vibration. The truth is, money doesn't come to those who need it most. It comes to those who match it. Not in thought alone, but in feeling, in identity, in energetic consistency. The vibration of wealth is not something you chase. It's something you tune into. Most people approach money through the lens of logic, labor, and lack. They believe they must earn it through stress, justify it with struggle, and fear losing it the moment they get it. This creates a scarcity frequency, a signal of there's not enough or I'm not enough. And because the universe mirrors your energy, that signal gets reflected back. Unexpected bills, income caps, missed opportunities, not because money is withholding itself, but because your vibration isn't a match for receiving and holding more. Wealth is not about having, it's about being. When you vibrate in abundance, even before it arrives, you create a field that welcomes it. That means feeling secure before the balance grows, feeling worthy before the raise comes, feeling generous even when the numbers look small. This isn't pretending, it's pre-aligning. You're becoming the version of yourself who lives in wealth consciousness, and from that place, money naturally flows. Think of someone who always seems to have money, even without trying. It's not luck, it's alignment. They don't vibrate in desperation. They don't treat money like a scarce resource. They expect it. They appreciate it. They feel safe around it. That's a frequency, and you can tune into it. To shift into the vibration of wealth, begin with your inner dialogue. What do you say about money when no one is listening? Do you call it hard to get? Do you feel guilt when you receive it? Do you fear it won't last? These thoughts are not neutral. They're instructions. If you want to change your financial reality, you must first change the way you relate to it. Practice feeling wealthy without the evidence. Sit in the energy of ease, overflow, and sufficiency. Bless every dollar that flows in, no matter how small. Spend with appreciation instead of anxiety. Save with trust instead of fear. And most of all, stop tying your worth to your wallet. Money is not your identity, it's your mirror. This chapter is your invitation to stop chasing wealth and start embodying it. You don't become abundant by getting money. You get money by becoming abundant. Tune into that frequency every day, not through force, but through choice. Because when you vibrate like someone who already lives in overflow, money doesn't resist you. It recognizes you, and when it does, it flows. Not because you forced it, but because you finally matched it. Love is not something you find. It's not hidden in another person, waiting for you to be worthy enough to receive it. Love is a frequency, and like all frequencies, it responds to alignment. The kind of love you long for, the deep, soul-nourishing, seen and held kind, doesn't come from chasing or hoping. It comes from becoming. You don't attract love, you reflect it. Most people seek love from a place of lack. They hope that someone else will make them feel whole, safe, or chosen. But that vibration tells the universe, I am incomplete. And so reality mirrors back more experiences of almost love, unavailable partners, or loneliness. Not to punish you, but to show you what you're broadcasting. Because love doesn't respond to need, it responds to embodiment. You are always sending out a signal. Your self-talk, your expectations, your beliefs about relationships, these shape your energetic field. If you believe love is rare, the signal becomes one of scarcity. If you believe you're hard to love, the signal becomes one of rejection. And the universe, ever precise, delivers more of the same. But when you shift your inner frequency, when you begin to live as someone who already feels loved, you start to reflect a new reality. Becoming the vibration of love means tuning into the feeling you wish someone else would give you. If you want to feel adored, start adoring yourself. If you want to feel safe, start becoming a source of safety for your own heart. This isn't about replacing connection. It's about preparing your field to receive it. You're not avoiding love, you're amplifying it from the inside out. You've felt this before. Think of someone who radiates warmth, presence, kindness. They draw people in, not because they're perfect, but because their energy says, love lives here. That's magnetic. That's embodiment. That's not waiting for someone else to show up with love. It's being the one who brings it to every space they enter. To shift into the vibration of love, you don't need to fix yourself. You need to remember yourself. Beneath the fear, the old heartbreak, the protective walls, your essence is love. Your job is to return to it. Practice speaking to yourself with tenderness. Slow down when you're triggered. Choose compassion over judgment. These are not small acts. They are powerful retunings. This chapter is your reminder that love isn't missing. It's mirroring. You become the signal, and love has no choice but to echo it. Maybe through another person, maybe through the soft unfolding of your own heart. But it always arrives once you stop asking for it and start becoming it. So breathe into your own presence. Let love rise within you, not as a need, but as a truth. When you hold the vibration of love, you stop longing for it, because you realize it's not something outside you. It's what you've been all along. And the moment you become it, everything changes, including what shows up to meet you. Health is not just the state of your body. It is the harmony of your energy. Before a symptom appears, before a diagnosis is made, there is a vibration. Your physical condition is the final echo of a frequency you've been holding. Vitality doesn't begin in action. It begins in awareness. In the moment you tune into your body as an energy field rather than a problem to solve, healing begins. Because health, like everything else, is frequency. Most people approach wellness from the outside in. They change their diet, take supplements, follow routines, but all while carrying fear, frustration, or judgment toward their bodies. That energy creates resistance. It sends the signal, I'm broken. And the body, ever responsive to vibration, mirrors that belief. Not because it wants to suffer, but because it's listening. Your cells are listening. Your organs are listening. Your system is always responding to the tone you're holding. Vitality begins when you shift from reaction to relationship. when you stop fighting your body and start listening to it, when you hold space for what it's saying without rushing to fix it. This awareness is powerful, not passive, but deeply activating. When you meet your body with curiosity instead of criticism, your frequency shifts. And that shift is what opens the door to restoration. You don't need to be perfect to be well. You need to be present. Present to how your body feels. Present to what it needs. Present to the subtle signals it's sending. The tension in your chest. The tightness in your stomach. The exhaustion that doesn't make sense. All of it is communication. And awareness is how you answer. Not with panic, but with presence. Not with fear, but with love. Your thoughts about your body shape its chemistry. Your beliefs shape its behavior. When you believe your body is fragile, it begins to operate from defense. When you believe your body is wise, it starts to return to balance. This is not metaphor, it's measurable. Science calls it the placebo effect. Energy calls it alignment. Belief is biology. To embody the vibration of health, begin with gratitude, not just for the parts that feel good, but for all of it. Thank your body for its signals, even the uncomfortable ones. They are not punishment, they are invitations. Then begin to visualize your body bathed in light, balanced in rhythm, pulsing with ease. Not to force healing, but to match the energy of already being whole. This chapter is not about ignoring symptoms. It's about remembering that healing starts before the symptom ends, that your energy is the blueprint from which your body builds. So speak to it with reverence. Hold it with gentleness, move it with intention. Because when you vibrate as someone who is already well, calm, grounded, empowered, your body hears that truth. And when it hears it often enough, it begins to reflect it. One cell at a time, one breath at a time, one awareness at a time. You are not only made of who you are now, you are also carrying echoes of who you used to be. Old thought patterns, emotional habits, limiting beliefs, all of them create energetic imprints that linger in your field long after the experience has passed. These are the old programs, and if left unchecked, they continue running in the background, shaping your reality without your permission. But just like outdated software, they can be deleted, not with force, but with awareness, not with shame, but with clarity. Most people try to change their lives by layering new intentions on top of old programming. They affirm abundance while still vibrating in scarcity. They speak of self-love while carrying unhealed rejection. They set new goals while dragging the residue of failure behind them. This creates energetic conflict. The signal becomes scrambled. The universe gets mixed messages, and the shift feels slow, stuck, or non-existent. Not because the new desire isn't clear, but because the old program is still active. Deleting old programs begins with seeing them. You can't clear what you're still defending or denying. Start by noticing your automatic responses. What do you assume when someone doesn't reply? What do you feel when things don't go as planned? These micro moments reveal the code running beneath your awareness. They show you where the past is still writing your present. You may hear a voice say, "I'm not safe," or "I'm always overlooked," or "nothing ever works out for me." These are not truths. They're echoes. They're residue from past experiences that created emotional charge, and that charge embedded itself into your frequency. But that frequency is not fixed. It's just familiar. To clear a residual frequency, you don't need to fight it. You need to feel it. You need to bring it into the light of your awareness without judgment. Sit with it. Breathe into it. Ask, where did this begin? Often you'll trace it back to a moment when you were small, vulnerable, and trying to make sense of a confusing world. That old self made a decision about who you are and what is safe. But you're not that version anymore. You're the one with the power to choose again. Once you've acknowledged the program, release it. Speak the new code into your field. I am safe now. I am seen now. I am supported now. Say it not to convince, but to calibrate. Feel the energy shift as you step out of reaction and into creation. Your nervous system may resist at first, but repetition stabilizes the upgrade. This chapter is your moment to clean the slate, to stop living by rules that no longer apply, to stop letting the past predict the future. You are not broken. You are updating. You are not starting over. You are streamlining. And the more you clear the old, the more space you create for the new to land. So pause, delete, breathe, reset. Your field is ready, and the future is waiting for a cleaner signal. You are not fixed. You are not who you were yesterday. You are not your past story or your current circumstance. You are a frequency in motion, and your identity, what you believe yourself to be, is simply a vibration you've practiced long enough to call me. But identity is not truth. It's repetition. And the moment you change that vibration, you begin to write a new script. You step into a new role. You become a new character in the story of your life. Most people wake up and unconsciously resume the same identity. They think the same thoughts, feel the same emotions, react in the same ways, and because their frequency never changes, their life doesn't either. They don't realize they're living in character, wearing an energetic costume of limitation, lack, or fear, and the world, as always, reflects that back, not to trap them, but to confirm their chosen signal. But identity is not destiny. It's a signal you can choose to change. Imagine your life as a stage. Each version of you, the successful one, the joyful one, the magnetic one, already exists. They're all waiting backstage, dressed and ready. All you have to do is choose. Who do you want to be now? Who is the version of you that already has what you desire? What do they believe about themselves? How do they move, speak, think, and decide? Becoming a new identity is not about faking it. It's about feeling it. You don't step into the role and hope it fits. You embody the vibration and let the world adjust. You rehearse the energy. You practice the posture. You speak from the knowing. And little by little, that new character becomes real, not just in your imagination, but in your field. This is not about ego. It's about alignment. You're not becoming someone better. You're becoming someone truer. You're shedding the roles that were assigned to you by family, by trauma, by circumstance, and stepping into the frequency of who you've always had the potential to be. That version of you has been waiting for your permission to lead. To anchor a new identity, repetition is key. The more often you choose it, the more natural it feels. At first, it might feel awkward. You might hear the old self whispering doubts. That's okay. Don't argue, just realign. Each time you show up as the new you, you collapse the timeline of the old one. The field responds, and life begins to shift. This chapter is not asking you to fix yourself. It's inviting you to reintroduce yourself, to stop living inside a frequency that no longer fits, to stop answering to a name that no longer serves. The next version of you isn't a fantasy. It's a frequency. Choose it, wear it, embody it, and the world will rise to meet the signal. Because once you become the character, the script must change, and the story becomes yours to write, vibrationally, completely, and consciously. Every moment is a script, a line delivered, a scene unfolding. But most people walk through life reading from an old script, one they didn't write but inherited. Words etched in pain, rejection, fear, roles assigned without consent, patterns repeated out of familiarity, not alignment. And then they wonder why the story stays the same. But here's the truth. You are not bound to that narrative. You can revise it, not just in your mind, but in your energy. Rewriting your reality script is not fantasy. It's conscious creation in motion. Your reality isn't a fixed structure. It's a reflection of your dominant story. That story is not just told in words. It's held in your frequency. I'm always left. Nothing works out for me. I'm too much. These are not just sentences. They are signals. They instruct the field around you. They shape the roles others play. They attract experiences that reinforce the storyline, not to punish you, but to mirror what you believe to be true. But a script is just a draft until it's finalized. And in your reality, nothing is final. Everything is editable. The past, the present, the trajectory. You can revise it all, not by denying what happened, but by choosing what it now means. That's the essence of conscious revision. You don't erase the memory, you shift the frequency. Start by identifying a scene in your life that still carries charge. A breakup, a rejection, a failure. Instead of replaying it as a wound, step back and ask, what else could this mean? What new perspective would a wiser version of me bring to this moment? This isn't about sugarcoating, it's about reclamation. You're not a victim in this scene, you're the author, and authors have the right to rewrite. Now go deeper, feel into that new version. Instead of "they left me because I wasn't enough," try "that departure redirected me to something better." Instead of "I failed," try "that was the moment my clarity began." Let the new lines settle into your body. Let your nervous system feel the shift. And then breathe, because that breath marks the moment the frequency changes. Conscious revision works because the subconscious mind doesn't know the difference between a memory relived and a memory reimagined. When you replay a scene with new energy, you begin to collapse the charge that was holding the old pattern in place. Your field updates, your identity shifts, and the mirror of life responds. This chapter is your invitation to stop reciting a story that keeps you small. You are not the character who gets written over, you are the one with the pen. Revisit the moments you've avoided. Rewrite them with love, with power, with presence. And as you do, your entire frequency changes, not just forward, but backward. The past no longer defines you, it refines you. The future doesn't wait for the perfect scene, it waits for the author to awaken. You are that author, and your new script is already forming, line by conscious line. Action is important, but not first. In the old model, you were taught to act your way into success, to push, to plan, to hustle. But in the new paradigm of creation, energy leads, action follows. Your vibration is the blueprint, the instruction set, the signal that draws experience toward you. When you move before aligning, your actions are scattered. When you align first, your steps become precise, inspired, effective. This is energy first, action later, the new manifestation blueprint. Most people are stuck in effort mode. They try to change their reality by doing more, controlling outcomes, micromanaging details. But if the energy behind the action is frantic, doubtful, or needy, the results reflect that. Your actions might look correct on paper, but they won't land the way you want them to, because the universe isn't responding to your to-do list. It's responding to your frequency. Alignment is the foundation. It's the unseen architecture that supports every result you seek. You can build without it, but the structure will be unstable. You'll burn out. You'll repeat patterns. You'll work 10 times harder for a fraction of the reward. But when you prioritize energy, your state of being, your inner climate, you begin to collapse time. The right people show up. The right opportunities open. The next step becomes obvious, effortless, not because you tried harder, but because you finally matched the outcome vibrationally. Energy first creation means you don't act from lack. You act from fullness. You don't act to fix a problem. You act because you've already become the solution. You move, not to get something, but to express the version of you who already has it. That difference is everything. The first is struggle, the second is flow. To live this way, you must slow down before you speed up. Begin your day not with action, but with alignment. Ask yourself, what am I broadcasting right now? Am I moving from fear or faith, scarcity or sufficiency? If the answer is misaligned, pause, recalibrate, breathe, shift, then move. Not because you're behind, but because now your energy is leading. This doesn't mean you sit on the couch waiting for miracles. Inspired action is part of the process, But inspired action is different. It feels clear. It feels directed. It's often simple, even small, but its impact is profound. Because the energy behind it is clean. You're no longer leaking power through doubt or resistance. You're flowing it into results. This chapter is your reminder to stop forcing your way forward, to stop equating movement with progress. You are an energetic being in an energetic universe. And when you align your frequency first, the rest must respond, not by chance, by law. So feel first, tune first, align first, then act. Let the energy write the blueprint. Let your steps be the echo. That is how manifestation becomes natural. That is how life begins to meet you, not because of what you do, but because of who you are being when you do it. Chaos is not the problem. Your relationship to it is. The world will continue to shift. Circumstances will challenge you. People will project their storms. But none of that has the power to unseat you unless you hand over your center. Emotional equilibrium is not the absence of emotion. It's the presence of choice within emotion. It is the power to stay grounded, clear, and responsive while everything around you moves. It's not denial, it's mastery. Most people react to life unconsciously. Their emotional state is a mirror of what's happening externally. Good news, they feel good. Bad news, they spiral. This makes their vibration volatile. Their energy becomes dictated by their environment instead of anchored in intention. And as a result, manifestation becomes inconsistent. Flow gets interrupted. Clarity disappears. The solution isn't to control the chaos. It's to stabilize your inner world. When you hold emotional equilibrium, you become a field of coherence in the middle of noise. You walk into conflict without absorbing it. You receive hard news without collapsing. You hold presence in situations that once triggered panic or shutdown. This isn't about being emotionless. It's about allowing emotion to move through you without becoming the emotion itself. The nervous system plays a huge role here. When you're activated by fear, anger, or anxiety, your body prepares to survive, not create. The heart races, the mind narrows, and you lose connection to the field of possibility. But when you breathe, when you pause, when you choose to regulate instead of react, you return to your power. You become available to guidance, to synchronicity, to wisdom. Emotional equilibrium opens that door. Begin each day with the intention to stay rooted, not rigid, but centered. Throughout the day, check in. Ask, where is my energy? If you feel scattered, pause. Come back. Place a hand on your heart. Breathe deeply. You don't need to fix the situation. You just need to find yourself again within it. That shift is subtle but profound. It stops the loop. It resets your frequency. One of the greatest indicators of emotional maturity is the space between trigger and response. Can you sit in discomfort without needing to react immediately? Can you observe your emotions without attaching a story to them? That space is where power lives. That space is where transformation happens. This chapter is not about suppressing how you feel. It's about choosing how you move through what you feel. It's about remembering that you are the one generating the field, not your circumstances. The more you choose calm over chaos, the more you anchor a reality that reflects that calm back to you. So when the world shakes, become still. When things escalate, descend into presence. You don't need to escape the storm. You only need to remember that you are not the storm. You are the center, the steady pulse, the eye of clarity. And from that space, everything aligns, not by control, but by coherence. You are not your reactions. You are not hardwired to stress, lash out, or shut down. What you call a natural response is often just a rehearsed one, something you've repeated so often it became a reflex. But reflex is not truth, it's habit, and habits can be rewritten. This is repatterning, the conscious process of replacing outdated emotional responses with aligned ones. It doesn't require force, it requires presence, because every moment you pause before reacting is a chance to choose again. Most people live in loops. Someone says something triggering and the same reaction plays out. A situation feels uncertain and anxiety takes over. A setback occurs and self-doubt returns. These reactions aren't intentional. They're inherited from past experiences shaped by old beliefs and reinforced by repetition. But you are not bound to them. You are only vibrating at their frequency, and that frequency can be shifted. Repatterning begins with awareness. You must catch the loop in motion. It won't always be obvious at first. The body will move faster than the mind. Heart racing, breath shortening, tension rising. That's the signal. The pattern has been activated. Don't shame it. Don't suppress it. Witness it. Say to yourself, this is the old program. That moment of recognition is where the power returns. Then pause. This is where most transformation happens, not in doing something new, but in doing nothing at all. Pausing interrupts the energetic momentum. It creates space. In that space, you can breathe, you can regulate, you can ask, what would I like to choose instead? Maybe it's calm, maybe it's silence, maybe it's compassion. Whatever it is, let it rise from intention, not impulse. You're not trying to fake a better version of yourself. You're embodying the real one, beneath the programming, beneath the protection, beneath the reaction. That version of you already exists. Repatterning is simply the process of bringing them to the surface more often than the old one. The more you choose them, the stronger the new pattern becomes. Repetition is key. The first time you choose differently, it feels unnatural. The second time, it feels brave. The 10th time, it begins to feel normal, and eventually it becomes who you are, not because you forced it, but because you kept returning to the choice. You showed your nervous system a new rhythm, you taught your mind a new story, and your field began to broadcast a new frequency. This chapter isn't about fixing yourself, it's about refining yourself. It's about becoming so aware of who you no longer wish to be that you stop letting that version speak for you. You don't need to win the battle in one day. You just need to choose again. One breath at a time, one response at a time. Because the moment you choose differently, you collapse the past. You open the field, and the new default begins, not in force, but in frequency. Not in reaction, but in reclamation. What you expect creates what you experience. Not because expectation is magic, but because it's a frequency. Your expectations are instructions sent into the field. They are the preloaded code your reality reads before it unfolds. Most people think they're being neutral when they say, let's see what happens. But energetically, they've already decided through subtle doubt, low-grade fear, or the quiet belief that things usually don't work out. This is the unseen power of expectation. It shapes probabilities before you ever take a step. Expectation is not hope. Hope says, I want it, but I'm not sure. Expectation says, it's coming, it's mine, I've already aligned. That certainty doesn't just feel good, it codes your field. It signals to the universe which version of reality to prepare. And the universe, responsive as ever, begins rearranging accordingly. You are always programming your probability field. Every thought, every belief, every assumption becomes part of that program. If you expect to be disappointed, you unconsciously scan for evidence of disappointment. If you expect ease, you start to notice flow where you used to see blocks. Your brain filters reality based on the energetic script it's been given. This is not delusion, it's direction. You are telling life what to show you. To engineer your expectations, you must first observe them, not what you say you believe, but what you really expect when no one is listening. Do you brace for rejection after every hopeful moment? Do you assume things will fall apart if they feel too good? These hidden expectations are not neutral. They're magnetic. They pull in timelines that match their frequency. The shift begins with awareness. Catch the silent story. Don't judge it, rewrite it. Expectation engineering is not pretending. It's precision. You are becoming deliberate about your internal code. You are saying, I no longer default to doubt. You are declaring, I expect alignment, not delay, support, not sabotage, momentum, not stagnation. Speak your new expectations daily. Let them take root. Things work out for me. People respond to my energy. Opportunities arrive right on time. Feel them, not as wishes, but as forecasts. You're not hoping they'll happen, you're assuming they will. And that assumption changes everything. This chapter isn't about bypassing reality, it's about instructing it. You are not at the mercy of chance, you are constantly tuning your field. And your expectations are one of the most powerful dials you can adjust. When you expect beauty, it finds you. When you expect peace, it surrounds you. When you expect delay, it obeys. So recalibrate. Expect better, expect higher, not from arrogance, but from alignment. You're not demanding a different reality. You're matching the version that was always waiting for your signal. Expectation is not wishful thinking. It's energetic engineering, and you are the programmer. So program wisely, program consciously, and then watch your life follow your lead. There is a version of your life where everything flows, where the right people show up at the right time, where ideas land with clarity, where effort feels light and results feel natural. This is not fantasy. It's the golden timeline. It's the path of least resistance. The version of reality where your energy, actions, and purpose are in perfect sync. You don't have to force it, you have to find it. And finding it is not about searching, it's about aligning. Most people live in timelines of friction. They push against what is. They resist their own knowing. They make decisions out of fear, scarcity, or pressure. And then they wonder why life feels like an uphill climb. But life doesn't respond to force. It responds to frequency. And the golden timeline is not accessed through struggle. It's accessed through alignment. You don't chase it. You become the version of you who already lives there. This version of you exists now, not in the distant future, but on a parallel frequency. And the path to it is the path that feels light, clear, grounded, not necessarily easy, but resonant. When you are aligned, even challenges serve you. Even detours reveal gifts. Resistance falls away, not because circumstances change instantly, but because you are no longer battling yourself. To shift into the golden timeline, you must listen, not to the noise of the world, but to the quiet pull of your intuition. Your inner guidance already knows the way. It's the whisper that says, turn here. The nudge that says, let go. The knowing that says, this is yours. Every time you follow that guidance, you step closer to the version of reality where life meets you with grace. This doesn't mean you won't take action, but your action becomes inspired, not forced. You stop doing things to prove, impress, or survive. You do them because they're part of the song your soul came here to sing. That's how the golden timeline unfolds, one aligned decision at a time. You'll know you're on it by how you feel. Your nervous system will soften, synchronicities will increase, time will stretch and contract in magical ways. You'll experience a sense of being carried, as if the universe is gently clearing the path ahead of you. That's not a coincidence, that's coherence. This chapter is your reminder that there is a version of your life that already works. It's not ahead of you, it's beside you, waiting for your vibration to match. You don't have to figure it all out. You just have to ask, what feels aligned right now? Then follow that, again and again. The golden timeline is not something you earn. It's something you allow. It appears when you stop resisting who you really are. So let go. Tune in and step forward. The path will rise to meet you because it was built by your frequency, and it's ready the moment you are. True power is not in doing more, it's in becoming aligned. When your heart, mind, and energy field are in coherence, You unlock a level of clarity, magnetism, and flow that cannot be accessed through effort alone. This is the essence of coherence, not just emotional or mental balance, but full-spectrum energetic alignment. You are no longer sending mixed signals into the field. You become one unified broadcast, and the universe responds accordingly. Most people live in fragmentation. The heart wants one thing, the mind argues another, and the body carries tension from both. They try to manifest from this scattered state, wondering why the results are inconsistent. But creation doesn't respond to chaos. It responds to coherence. Your outer world can only organize itself around what is internally synchronized. When your heart is clear with desire, your mind supports it with belief, and your field holds the energy of already done. You create a frequency that is clean, stable, and magnetic. This is when things happen fast. Opportunities line up. Timing becomes perfect. Resistance dissolves. Not because you tried harder, but because all parts of you were in agreement. Coherence begins in the heart. Your heart is not just an organ, it's an intelligence. It knows truth instantly. It guides you through resonance. When you ignore its signal, the mind takes over and begins looping through fear, logic, and doubt. The path to coherence is returning to the heart first. Ask it what it knows. Feel its rhythm. Let it lead. Then invite the mind to serve the heart. The mind is not the enemy. It is a brilliant amplifier when aligned with the right source. But if left unchecked, it becomes a skeptic, always scanning for what could go wrong. You bring the mind into coherence by giving it a job. Support this vision. Strengthen this belief. Focus on what's working. The mind needs direction. Without it, it defaults to fear. With it, it becomes a powerful ally. Finally expand into your field. This is your vibrational body, your energy signature. It stretches beyond the skin, beyond thought, and connects you to the quantum field where all possibilities live. Your field holds your dominant state. It speaks to the universe before you ever say a word. When your heart and mind are aligned, your field becomes a mirror of that clarity, and reality begins to reflect it back, fast and accurately. This chapter is not about perfection, it's about integration. You don't need to silence every doubt or feel high vibe 24/7. You just need to bring yourself into harmony often enough that it becomes your new baseline. A few moments of full-body coherence are more powerful than hours of anxious action, so tune in. Sync your heart, your mind, and your energy. Let them speak the same language. Let them carry the same frequency. Because when all of you agrees, the universe listens differently. It moves faster, it responds louder, and it delivers not what you want in theory, but what you are in truth. Unified, clear, coherent, presence is not just stillness. It's not just silence or meditation. Presence is power. It's the moment you step fully into the now and bring all of your awareness into a single point. This one. And in doing so, your vibration sharpens, amplifies, and expands. You become more magnetic not because of what you say or do, but because of how completely you are here. This is the art of presence. Total awareness that amplifies your frequency and reorders reality in real time. Most people are rarely present. Their bodies move through space, but their minds live in the future or the past. They're chasing what's next, rehearsing what went wrong, or bracing for what might. This fragmentation weakens their energy. It scatters their focus. And a scattered signal can't manifest clearly. The universe responds to clarity, and clarity is born in presence. When you are fully present, your energy consolidates. You stop leaking power through distraction, worry, and unconscious thought loops. You become rooted. You become aware of subtleties, your breath, your emotions, the pull of your intuition. You stop reacting and start choosing. And in that choosing, your vibration rises effortlessly. Presence is not passive. It is the most active, engaged state you can enter. You're not bypassing or zoning out. You're fully attuned. You feel more. You notice more. You respond from alignment instead of impulse. And because your awareness is heightened, your creations become more precise. You manifest not just faster, but cleaner, because your frequency is no longer distorted by the noise of unconscious thought. To cultivate presence, start with breath. Breath is the bridge between mind and body, spirit and form. It anchors you instantly. When your mind runs ahead, bring it back by noticing a single inhale, a single exhale. Then expand your awareness outward. What do you feel in your body? What sounds surround you? What sensation is rising? You're not analyzing, you're noticing. And in that noticing, you become present. Presence amplifies your vibration because it removes interference. Doubt lives in the future, shame lives in the past, but power lives now. When you're fully in the now, you step outside of time. You collapse delay. You become the version of you who already has what they desire, not because you've forced it, but because you've embodied it. This chapter is your invitation to stop multitasking your life, to stop living in fragments, to stop being half here. The moment you fully arrive, your energy changes. People feel it. Opportunities feel it. The universe feels it. And it responds not to your effort, but to your presence. So come back, right here, right now. The mind will wander. That's okay. Just return again and again, because the more you practice presence, the more powerful your field becomes. And from that field, everything you've asked for begins to unfold, not in the distance, but right where you are, in this moment. Because this moment is everything. There is a place within you that does not move, a place untouched by thought, untouched by time. Beneath the stories, the effort, the momentum of becoming, there exists a still point, a quiet, powerful center from which all creation arises. This is not something you find outside yourself. It's something you return to again and again. The still point is where your true power lives, not in action, not in effort, but in presence so deep it becomes the pulse of the universe itself. Most people live on the surface of their lives. They ride the waves of emotion, thought, expectation, and reactivity. They chase the next breakthrough, the next insight, the next outcome, thinking that movement equals creation. But real creation doesn't begin in motion. It begins in stillness. The still point is the origin of all frequency. When you rest there, you don't fall behind. You move into alignment with all that is waiting to come through you. In stillness, there is no resistance, no grasping, no separation. You're not trying to manifest. You are becoming the space where manifestation is inevitable. You are not pulling things toward you. You are dissolving the illusion that they were ever separate. And in that sacred pause, the universe rearranges itself around your openness. The still point isn't something you can force. It's something you allow. It's not about emptying the mind completely. It's about dropping beneath it. Like the eye of a storm, it is the center where nothing moves, yet everything is in motion around it. You may find it in meditation, in breath, in nature, or in a moment so full of presence that time vanishes. You may find it by stopping, not just physically but mentally, and letting yourself settle into being. This space is where clarity lives, where knowing arises without thought, where energy aligns without effort. From the still point, you don't have to decide what to do next. You simply know, not from logic, but from resonance. The next step is felt, not calculated. The right timing is intuitive, not intellectual. The more often you access this place, the more you begin to trust it. You stop chasing alignment. You live from it. This chapter is your reminder that you are not just the one creating. You are the space creation flows through. You don't need to push so hard. You don't need to fill every silence. The still point is not a void. It is fullness, potential, infinite intelligence waiting to be heard. So find your center, sit in it, breathe in it. Rest there long enough to remember that your true power isn't in doing, it's in being. And from that stillness, life begins to rise again, not in chaos, but in coherence, not in struggle, but in flow. Because when you rest in the still point, you return to the center of all creation. And from that center, everything is possible. Every choice you make is a fork in the road. Every thought, emotion, and assumption is a portal to a different version of reality. You are not moving through time in a straight line. You are shifting between timelines, jumping across realities that already exist based on your frequency. This is not theory. It's quantum law. And the moment you begin to master this truth, you stop trying to predict the future and start choosing it. Most people believe they are stuck with the path they're on. They think change takes time, progress is linear, and the future is built from the past. But your past doesn't create your future. Your vibration does. The reality you're living now is not the only one available to you. It's just the one that matches your current signal. Shift the signal, and you shift the reality instantly. Multi-timeline mastery begins with awareness. You must recognize that everything you desire already exists on a parallel path. There is a version of you who already has the relationship, the health, the success, the peace. They're not out of reach. They're in frequency. When you match their energy, when you think their thoughts, feel their emotions, make their decisions, you begin to tune to their timeline. You don't create this version of you. You align with them. This is not pretending, it's activating. It's stepping into the energetic identity of the you, who lives the life you want, and letting that frequency guide your choices. The more consistently you hold that energy, the more you collapse the old timeline. The new one stabilizes, and life begins to mirror your internal shift. You've already done this, even if you didn't realize it. Remember moments when everything suddenly changed, a decision that led to unexpected flow, a shift in mindset that brought clarity, an emotional release that unlocked new opportunities. Those weren't coincidences. Those were timeline jumps. You shifted your vibration, and the external world reorganized. To jump timelines consciously, start with vision, not a fantasy, but a felt sense of who you are becoming. Close your eyes and meet that version of you. Ask, what do they believe? How do they speak? What do they no longer tolerate? Then begin living from that place. Embody the version of you who no longer waits for change, because they are already changed. Don't wait for proof. The shift happens when you decide it has. The world will catch up, but only if you don't slip back into the energy of the old you. Hold your new signal long enough, and the feedback loop of reality begins to reflect it. This chapter is your reminder that you are not bound to one path. You are the chooser, the bridge, the frequency. And the moment you commit to the vibration of a new reality, it begins to move toward you, not later, now, because now is the only point from which you ever shift anything. And the next version of you is just one frequency jump away. Alignment is not a vague feeling. It is a precise energetic state, like a key turning in a lock. When your thoughts, emotions, beliefs, and actions are all vibrating in the same direction, something opens, a vibrational gateway, and through it flows everything you've been asking for, not because you forced it, but because you matched it. Full alignment isn't about perfection. It's about coherence. It's about becoming a clear, uninterrupted signal in a universe that is always listening. Most people live in fragments. They think one thing, feel another, and act in a way that contradicts both. They say they want abundance, but speak scarcity. They visualize love, but expect rejection. These mixed signals confuse the field. Creation doesn't know what to respond to, so it mirrors back a patchwork of results. But when you align, fully, cleanly, intentionally, the universe doesn't hesitate. The door opens, the path appears, the flow begins, The vibrational gateway is real. You feel it when you hit that sweet spot where everything clicks. Your body feels light. Your choices feel obvious. Resistance fades. You're not reaching for the future, you're standing in it. And the more you live in that alignment, the more consistent the flow becomes. Life meets you with ease, not because you've earned it, but because you've finally stopped resisting it. Alignment means your desire, your belief, and your identity are all in harmony. You're not wishing anymore. You're not doubting. You're knowing. You're being. That state generates a frequency that the universe cannot ignore. It opens doors you couldn't see before. It aligns people, opportunities, and moments in ways you couldn't have orchestrated through effort alone. This is the gateway, the threshold where intention becomes manifestation. But to access it, you must be honest. Where are you out of alignment? What part of you is still holding back? Maybe you believe in your vision but don't feel worthy of it. Maybe you act as if you trust, but inside you're bracing for disappointment. These are the subtle misalignments that keep the gateway closed. Not out of punishment, but precision. To align is to bring all of you into agreement, not by forcing the pieces to fit, but by removing what doesn't belong. Let go of the old belief. Release the outdated identity. Choose the frequency of your future self and stay there. Speak from it, move from it, think from it. This is how you become the match. This chapter is your reminder that you are not waiting for life to open to you. Life is waiting for you to open to it. When you align, you unlock. And what comes through that vibrational gateway isn't just what you asked for. It's what your soul has always known is yours. You don't need to push the door. You only need to match the key. And the key is alignment. Pure, unapologetic, embodied alignment. Everything follows from there. Everything. Receiving is not something you do, it's something you allow. And when you allow from a quantum level, you don't just let in what you asked for. You let in more than you ever thought to request. This is the power of quantum receiving. It's not about effort, worthiness, or deserving. It's about becoming a wide open channel, free of resistance, tuned to abundance, and capable of holding more than the mind can predict. Most people unconsciously limit what they allow in. They ask for just enough. They prepare for disappointment. They doubt the magnitude of what's possible. Even when they set bold intentions, they cap the flow with thoughts like, "How would that happen?" or "Can that much really come to me?" The quantum field doesn't operate by those limits. It responds to frequency, not logic. And your frequency is either expansive or restricted, either open to infinite potential or narrowed by expectation. Quantum receiving begins when you drop the conditions, when you stop saying, "I'll feel abundant when," and start feeling abundant now. When you stop waiting for proof and start broadcasting trust. This isn't blind faith. It's energetic maturity. It's understanding that you're not separate from the flow. You are the flow. And the more you open without needing to control the how, the more you allow what's already trying to reach you. To receive at this level, you must learn to hold space, not just for what you think you can handle, but for more. More love, more peace, more wealth, more visibility. The version of you that matches the reality you want is already calibrated to that level of receiving. Your job is to become them. That means expanding your capacity. That means releasing fear, guilt, or hesitation around having more than you imagined. Receiving is not passive. It is presence. When you are deeply present, you are not constricted by fear or distraction. You are fully in your field. You're not watching the door. You're becoming the space where the door opens on its own. You're not trying to predict the form. You're trusting the intelligence that exceeds your own. That is quantum receiving. Practice it daily. Sit in silence and ask, where am I still blocking the flow? Notice what comes up. It might be a belief, a habit, a guarded heart. Breathe into it, soften, let go, then ask, what would it feel like to receive more than I ever expected? Don't answer intellectually. Feel it, expand into it. Let your system acclimate to the new possibility. This chapter is your invitation to stop receiving in fragments. You don't have to settle for drips of goodness. You are a vortex of potential. The universe is generous beyond measure, but it can only give you what you're available to hold. So open, widen your field, drop the limits. Let life surprise you with how much it wants to give, not because you've earned it, but because you've finally stopped resisting it. This is quantum receiving. It begins with a breath and ends with overflow. There is a difference between believing and knowing. Belief still carries the need to be convinced, reassured, repeated. But knowing is calm, quiet, unshakable. When you move into the energy of knowing, you stop negotiating with doubt. You stop asking for signs. You stop seeking confirmation. You become the signal. And when you become the signal, reality organizes itself to reflect that clarity. Most people try to manifest from belief. They hope, affirm, visualize. But underneath it all, a question remains. Is this really happening? That question sends a split frequency into the field. Desire mixed with doubt, and the universe, always responding with precision, mirrors back the wobble. Progress feels inconsistent. Signs appear and then vanish. Momentum builds and then stalls. Not because the vision is wrong, but because the vibration is unclear. The energy of knowing cuts through all of that. It says, it is done. Even when nothing has appeared yet, especially when nothing has appeared yet. Knowing is not born from evidence. It creates the evidence. You don't wait for things to look right. You decide that they already are. You don't need a guarantee. You are the guarantee. This is not pretending. It's not forcing positivity. It's a deeper alignment with the version of you who already lives the outcome. That version isn't waiting, hoping, or doubting. They are simply living in the reality that matches their frequency. And you can step into that energy at any time, not by trying to believe harder, but by surrendering to the inner truth you've always carried. You've felt this before. A moment of certainty that came out of nowhere. You just knew something was going to happen, and it did. You didn't question it. You didn't analyze it. You moved from it. That is the energy of knowing. It bypasses logic. It transcends timelines. It speaks directly to the field, and the field responds. To cultivate this energy, start by noticing where doubt still lives in your system. Not to fight it, but to understand it. Doubt thrives in delay, in comparison, in unmet expectations. It feeds on silence. But knowing doesn't need noise. It doesn't need proof. It stands alone. Begin your day by anchoring into the feeling of already done. Speak from it. Walk in it. Let your energy answer the questions your mind still wants to ask. This chapter is your invitation to step into mastery. Not mastery over the external, but mastery over your internal state. Because when you hold the energy of knowing, life bends. It rearranges. It rushes to catch up with the vibration you've already claimed. You no longer need to watch the clock or track the signs. You simply know. And that knowing becomes the foundation of everything, the signal that says, I no longer wonder. I remember. I no longer ask. I am, and from that place doubt dissolves. Because in the presence of true knowing, there is nothing left to prove, only everything left to receive. Not every day will feel aligned. Some days the frequency slips, your clarity fades, your energy dips. The rituals that usually uplift you feel distant or ineffective. It's easy to mistake these moments as failure or regression, but they're not. They are recalibration days, necessary pauses in the field where your system adjusts, integrates, and reorients itself to a new level of being. They aren't setbacks. They are upgrades in disguise. Most people panic when everything feels off. They try to fix it. They push harder. They question everything. But effort in these moments only creates resistance. The recalibration isn't asking for correction, it's asking for stillness, a softening, a release. You're not doing anything wrong. Your energy is simply reorganizing. Growth doesn't always feel expansive. Sometimes it feels like contraction, like fog, like confusion, not because you're going backwards, but because your frequency is clearing what no longer fits. Old patterns rise to the surface. Emotions get louder. The body asks for more rest. The mind searches for meaning, but these are not signs to retreat. They are signs to realign. The key to moving through recalibration days is surrender, not passive resignation, but intentional allowance. You stop forcing clarity. You stop demanding answers. You stop needing to feel high vibe every second. And instead, you honor what's present. You let the wave pass through without gripping it. You breathe with what's real, not what's ideal. On these days, simplify. Return to the basics. Drink water. Move your body gently. Turn off the noise. Breathe. You don't need to fix your vibration. You need to hold space for it. Your field knows what it's doing. It's intelligent. It's recalibrating you to match the version of yourself you've already chosen. The disconnect is temporary. The upgrade is permanent. These moments also reveal your deepest patterns. What do you say to yourself when you feel off? Do you default to shame, to fear, to doubt? This is your chance to rewrite the script, to speak to yourself with compassion, not criticism, to remind yourself this too is part of the process. Because it is. Recalibration is how you stretch into your new identity. It's how your nervous system catches up with your vision. It's how the body, mind, and field synchronize after a vibrational leap. You wouldn't judge a seed for sitting still before it sprouts. So don't judge yourself for needing pause before your next expansion. This chapter is your permission slip to soften, to stop forcing, to allow the off days to teach you, hold you, reset you. These are not the moments where you lose your power. These are the moments you learn how to hold it even when you can't feel it. So rest, breathe, trust. The fog will lift. The current will return. And when it does, you'll be clearer, stronger, more aligned than before. Because every recalibration day is a doorway, one that leads you not backward, but deeper into who you are becoming. Your voice is not just sound, it's frequency. Every word you speak carries a vibration, and that vibration becomes instruction. You are not simply describing your world when you talk. You are building it, casting it, programming the field with your tone, your rhythm, and your intention. The universe is always listening, not for the poetry of your language, but for the signal behind it. The way you speak is the way you shape reality. Most people speak unconsciously. They narrate from habit using phrases that reflect fear, limitation, or lack. I'm so tired. Nothing ever works out for me. This always happens. These are not just complaints, they are affirmations in disguise. Each time they're spoken, they reinforce the very patterns they're meant to escape. The field doesn't judge or filter. It simply responds to frequency, and your voice is one of the most powerful frequency emitters you have. To shift your reality, you must shift your vocabulary. Not by parroting empty affirmations, but by becoming deliberate with your declarations. Speak as the version of you who already lives what you're calling in. Instead of saying, I can't afford that, try, I'm aligning with greater financial flow. Instead of, I'm always unlucky, try, everything is aligning for me in ways I may not yet see. This isn't pretending, it's programming. Your nervous system hears your words. Your cells listen. Your energy calibrates based on the stories you repeat. So choose language that supports the state you want to live in. You don't need to speak with theatrical flair. You just need to stop rehearsing struggle. Even soft, subtle shifts can create seismic change over time. Words are seeds, and your field is always fertile. There's also power in the way you speak. Your tone reveals your vibration. Do you speak with tension, with rush, with uncertainty? Or do you speak with calm, with conviction, with presence? The energy behind your words matters just as much as the words themselves. When your tone matches your truth, you become magnetic. People lean in. Opportunities follow. Life listens. Practice speaking intentionally. Begin your mornings with a verbal reset. Say out loud how you want to feel, how you want your day to unfold. Even if your mind doesn't fully believe it yet, your energy starts to shift. Your field tunes to the new story, and over time, your outer world catches up. This chapter is your reminder that you are the voice of your vibration. You don't need to manifest harder. You need to speak clearer, declare with intention, affirm with alignment, describe what you want to expand. And most importantly, stop speaking the reality you're trying to outgrow. Your words are not just reflections, they are activations. And every time you speak, you cast a frequency into the field. So speak wisely, speak powerfully. Speak as the one who knows that reality isn't just something you experience, it's something you declare into being. Every sentence is a spell, every voice is a tool. Use yours to create the world you're here to live. Nothing in your life is random. Every encounter, delay, number, phrase, or moment that catches your attention is part of a larger dialogue, a conversation between your consciousness and the universe. Sacred synchronicity is how the field communicates with you. It's not coincidence, it's confirmation. You're not imagining the alignment. You're noticing the intelligence beneath the surface of reality, and once you learn to read it, you realize you're never walking alone. Most people dismiss synchronicities as luck or mental trickery. They shrug off repeating numbers, overheard phrases, or unexpected alignments as chance. But those who live in presence begin to recognize the pattern, the repetition, the precision. It's too accurate to ignore. These aren't interruptions, they're messages. The universe doesn't speak in paragraphs, it speaks in patterns, symbols, nudges, and timing. When synchronicity begins to increase, it's a sign your frequency is rising. You've tuned into a version of reality where you're in greater resonance with the field. You're aligned enough to notice what others miss. The signs were always there, but now you're clear enough to receive them. These signals often appear in clusters. A specific word shows up in 3 unrelated conversations. A certain song plays just as you're asking a question in your mind. You glance at the clock at the same repeating time again and again. These are not background noise. They are sacred punctuation marks on the path you're walking. But synchronicity doesn't just want to be noticed. It wants to be interpreted. Ask, what was I thinking when this sign appeared? What question was I holding? What vibration was I in? The signs don't always answer with direct instructions. They reflect your state. They confirm alignment or illuminate resistance. They guide gently, never forcefully. The more you respond to synchronicity with presence and gratitude, the more it multiplies. It's a living dialogue, and attention is participation. When you honor the signs, you deepen the relationship with the field itself. You no longer feel alone or unsure. You realize you're being guided, not by logic, but by frequency. Create space to record what shows up. Keep a synchronicity journal. Write down the patterns, the timing, the feelings. Over time, a language emerges, your personal dialect with the universe. The more fluent you become, the more direction becomes intuitive. The signs will lead you not with force, but with flow. This chapter is your reminder that life is speaking to you constantly. The answers you seek are already in motion, appearing through symbols, encounters, and timing too perfect to be accidental. Trust what catches your attention. Lean into the moments that feel like more than chance. You are not guessing, you are receiving. The signs were never meant to be subtle, they were meant to be sacred. So look again, listen again, read the world like it was written just for you, because in many ways, it was. And when you learn to read it, you stop wondering if you're on the right path. You see that the path is already lit, one synchronicity at a time. Transformation doesn't always arrive with fireworks. It often enters quietly, like a whisper in your energy field. You may not notice it at first. There's no grand sign, no dramatic shift, and yet something inside you feels different. You respond to triggers with calm. You pause instead of panic. You speak truth where you used to stay silent. This is the invisible upgrade, subtle in sensation but explosive in impact. It's the work that feels like nothing is happening until everything changes. Most people expect change to look and feel big. They want proof, milestones, external confirmation. But real growth moves differently. It reshapes you from within before the outside reflects it. The nervous system recalibrates. The old identity softens. The energy field reorients. At first, you might feel like you're in limbo, like you're doing everything right but not seeing the reward. This is the space between frequencies. The upgrade is installing. The invisible upgrade is easy to miss because it's not flashy. It's the shift from forcing to allowing, from reacting to responding, from chasing to choosing. You may not feel a surge of motivation or a sudden burst of clarity. What you will feel is space, stillness, a quiet detachment from what used to hook you. That space is not emptiness, it's integration. Think of it like tuning an instrument. The adjustments are delicate, nearly silent. But once complete, the entire sound changes. Your energy is the same. These subtle internal shifts, the ones that feel almost insignificant, are precisely what alter your frequency. And when your frequency changes, everything else must follow. You might notice the results in hindsight. A conversation goes differently. An opportunity appears with no effort. A habit falls away without resistance. People begin to treat you like the version of you you've only just begun to believe in. That's the invisible upgrade doing its work. Not because you pushed, but because you aligned. This process requires trust. You have to stop demanding instant results and start honoring inner resonance. The need for proof is part of the old paradigm. The new paradigm says, my shift is real, even if I can't measure it yet. And in holding that belief, you allow the change to crystallize. Your field begins to stabilize at a higher frequency, and the quantum field responds, not on your timeline, but on your signal. This chapter is your reminder that the biggest breakthroughs don't always announce themselves. They sneak in through your breath, your awareness, your willingness to keep showing up. When it feels quiet, stay present. When it feels like nothing's moving, look deeper. You are becoming someone new in ways your mind can't fully track yet. So trust the subtle, celebrate the stillness. The invisible upgrade is not a delay, it's the download, it's the system rewrite. And when it completes, the results won't be subtle at all. They'll be seismic, not because you chased them, but because you held the frequency long enough for them to find you, effortlessly, precisely, explosively. True power is not found in controlling your environment. It's found in holding your frequency no matter what the environment does. Becoming unshakable doesn't mean life stops testing you. It means you stop losing yourself every time it does. It's the ability to remain grounded in your truth, even when circumstances try to pull you back into old patterns, old emotions, or old stories. You don't need the outside world to be perfect. You need your inner world to be steady. Most people live in a reactive state. When something good happens, they feel high. When something goes wrong, they crash. Their vibration is a reflection of what's happening around them. But external reality is always changing. Basing your energy on outer conditions is like building a house on water, unstable, exhausting, unsustainable. You can't create lasting alignment that way. The field doesn't respond to what's happening. It responds to how you hold your energy in the midst of it. Becoming unshakable means learning how to generate your own emotional state. You don't wait for clarity. You choose to be clear. You don't wait for security. You decide to feel safe. You stop being pulled into other people's energy fields. You stop letting temporary situations define your permanent state. You become the anchor, not the storm. This doesn't mean you stop feeling. It means you stop identifying with the feeling. You can feel fear without becoming fearful. You can acknowledge doubt without surrendering to it. Emotions are just data. Let them pass through. Let them inform you, not define you, and then choose again. Choose to return to the version of you who already knows, already trusts, already sees the bigger picture. You've met this version of yourself before. The one who walks into a room and doesn't shrink to match the mood. The one who holds calm while others unravel. The one who doesn't flinch when life throws the unexpected. That version of you isn't a fantasy, it's a frequency. And every time you choose to hold it, you strengthen the signal. To hold your frequency, create daily anchors. Breath, stillness, movement, silence, gratitude. These practices aren't about escaping reality. They're about tuning into the part of you that isn't moved by it. The more you practice, the more natural it becomes. Your nervous system begins to rewire. Your energy field stabilizes, and reality starts to meet you at your level, not the other way around. This chapter is your invitation to rise above reactivity, to stop being a mirror and become the source. You don't need perfect conditions to feel peace. You don't need external evidence to hold faith. You only need to remember who you are, especially when it's hardest to do so. So breathe, hold, remember, you're not here to be unaffected by life. You're here to be unmoved in your truth. And when you become unshakable, life no longer gets to decide your frequency. You do. And from that place, everything begins to shift. Not because life calmed down, but because you finally did. How you begin your day shapes how the day unfolds. Your first thoughts, your first emotions, your first choices, they form the vibrational foundation that everything else builds upon. Daily frequency maintenance isn't about rigid routines or spiritual performance. It's about intentional alignment. It's about anchoring your energy before the world has a chance to pull it in 100 different directions. You don't have to control the day. You only need to claim the frequency you'll meet it with. Most people start their day in reaction. They check their phones. They scroll. They read emails. From the very first moment, they are responding to outer input. Their vibration is shaped by messages, news, or expectations before they even check in with themselves. This creates a chaotic baseline. The energy is fragmented, disconnected, passive. And once you've lost the thread, it's harder to get it back. But there is another way, a powerful way, one that puts you in command of your field. Anchoring your morning energy is not a performance. It's a promise to yourself. A declaration that says, I decide how I feel. I decide what I attract. I choose my frequency first. The practice can be simple. Before you reach for your phone, reach inward. Sit in stillness, even for a few minutes. Breathe consciously. Place your hand on your heart. Ask, what energy do I want to carry today? Is it peace, confidence, clarity? Choose one word. Let it rise in your body like a frequency, not just a thought. Feel what it's like to be that energy, not later, now. From there, you can speak it aloud. Today, I carry peace. Today, I walk in certainty. Your words become anchors. Your voice sets the tone. You're not hoping to feel that way. You're deciding to embody it. You're tuning yourself like an instrument before the performance begins. You don't have to meditate for hours or journal 10 pages. If that feels aligned, do it. But even 2 minutes of conscious alignment is more powerful than an hour of unconscious action. The point is not the ritual itself. It's the intention behind it. Your energy doesn't respond to the checklist. It responds to the clarity. When you start your day from alignment, everything changes. You notice synchronicities. You respond instead of react. You attract people and experiences that match your field. And even when challenges arise, they don't shake you as deeply because you're rooted. You didn't borrow your energy from the world. You built it yourself. This chapter is your reminder that your mornings matter. They're not throwaway hours. They are sacred openings. You don't need to wait for the day to go well to feel good. You decide how you feel, and the day follows your lead. So tomorrow, choose presence, choose clarity, choose frequency first. Anchor into the energy of who you want to be, not later, but now, and watch as everything begins to organize itself around the version of you who chose alignment before anything else. That is daily frequency maintenance. That is the new way forward. Energy never disappears. It echoes, it imprints, it lingers. Every thought you think, every emotion you embody, every intention you carry ripples out into the field around you, and the field remembers. Your energy becomes part of the invisible architecture of your life, shaping what comes next long after the moment has passed. This is not poetic metaphor. It is energetic law. You are leaving a legacy not just through your actions, but through your vibration. Most people underestimate the power of their presence. They focus on what they say, what they do, what they build, but your most lasting impact is the energy you leave behind. Walk into a room with peace, and that room shifts. Speak with love, and those words resonate deeper than logic. Carry a vibration of safety, and others begin to soften in your presence. This is influence, not forced, not loud, but remembered. You've felt this before, the way someone's presence made you feel calm without saying a word, the warmth of someone who truly saw you, the clarity of a conversation that stayed with you for days. That was energetic legacy in motion. They left a frequency behind, and it touched you, changed you, anchored something in you. You are doing the same thing every day, whether you realize it or not. Every time you choose to stay in your center, you encode the field with stability. Every time you meet judgment with compassion, you rewrite the energetic script for that interaction. Every time you hold a higher frequency than the situation around you, you elevate the field, not just for yourself, but for everyone in it. This doesn't mean you have to be perfect. You're not here to be a constant beam of light. You're here to be intentional, aware. You're here to realize that your energy isn't neutral, it's creative. It's always broadcasting, and that broadcast becomes part of the energetic fabric you leave behind in your home, your relationships, your work, and your own timeline. The field doesn't forget alignment. The work you've done to raise your frequency, to shift your identity, to live more consciously, it leaves a trail, a thread of energy that continues to support your next version. You're not starting from scratch every time you fall. The elevation you've built remains accessible. The memory of your higher self is still encoded in your field, waiting for you to return to it. This chapter is your reminder that your energy matters more than you know. You are not just creating outcomes, you are creating atmosphere. You are shaping space with your presence, and what you offer to the field comes back, not always as events, but as resonance. That's the real legacy. So choose your energy with care, speak with intention, move with integrity. Live in a way that when others leave your space, they feel more themselves, not because you gave them something, but because your energy reminded them of who they are. That is how the field remembers, and that is how you leave something timeless behind. You don't have to convince anyone. You don't have to change them, rescue them, or explain yourself endlessly. The most powerful thing you can do for others is to become a living example of what alignment looks like. This is what it means to live as the light, not to force awakening, but to embody it so clearly that your presence becomes a mirror. When you live in your truth, you activate something in others. You remind them of theirs. Most people are trying to guide others with words, advice, and correction, but frequency speaks louder than language. When your vibration is coherent, grounded, and luminous, people feel it. They don't always understand it, but they're drawn to it. Something in them recognizes the signal, even if they're not ready to name it. This is how change begins, not through persuasion, but through resonance. Living as the light doesn't mean being perfect. It doesn't mean suppressing your humanness. It means choosing presence, choosing authenticity, choosing alignment over approval. It's not about always being high vibe. It's about always being real. Because true light doesn't blind. It illuminates. It allows others to see themselves more clearly. And that clarity is what awakens them. You've felt this before, the way someone's calm helped regulate your chaos, the way someone's joy gave you permission to feel good, the way someone's truth helped you claim your own. That's the power of living as the light. You don't tell others who to be, you show them what's possible when you stop dimming. The people around you may not always respond with celebration. Some will feel uncomfortable when you stop matching their frequency. Some will resist your shift. That's okay. You're not here to shrink for their comfort. You're here to hold your light steady, even if they're not ready to look directly at it. Your job is not to make them see. Your job is to keep shining. Being a mirror means being willing to reflect truth, not through judgment, but through embodiment. It means holding your center when others wobble. It means loving people where they are while refusing to lower your frequency to meet them there. That balance is delicate. It requires compassion without codependence, boundaries without walls, presence without pressure. This chapter is your reminder that your light is not just for you. Every time you align with your higher self, you make it easier for others to remember theirs. Every time you live in integrity, you create a ripple in the field. Every time you speak your truth, you dissolve the illusion that we must all stay silent. So live fully, speak gently, stand brightly. Let your energy speak where words fall short. Because when you live as the light, you don't just change your life, you invite others into theirs. Not with force, with frequency. Not with noise, with resonance. And that's how awakening spreads. Not like fire, but like dawn, quiet, certain, inevitable. You are not at the mercy of life. You are shaping it, sculpting it, one vibration at a time. Every moment you are broadcasting a frequency into the field, and the field, in turn, reflects back an experience that matches. This is not chance. This is design. Reality sculpting is the art of deliberately crafting your life by tuning your energy first. You don't wait to see what happens. You decide how it will feel. You don't hope for alignment. You become it. Most people try to change their lives through action alone. They move the pieces, chase the results, and then adjust their energy based on what unfolds. But that's creating backward. In true sculpting, the outer form follows the inner frequency. You don't change your energy after things improve. You change your energy so things can improve. It's not manipulation, it's resonance. Your thoughts are not just passing ideas, they are carving tools. Every belief, every assumption, every emotional tone is shaping the clay of your future. If you hold the frequency of fear, your life takes on its edges. If you broadcast peace, your reality softens in return. You don't force circumstances, you imprint them. And the field, always precise, molds around your vibration. To sculpt reality, begin by becoming the artist of your state. Don't ask what will happen today. Ask who you will be. What frequency will you hold? What tone will you carry into your words, your movement, your decisions? Reality doesn't just respond to desire, it responds to identity. When you step into the energy of the version of you who already lives your highest outcome, the world starts to shift. This isn't about control, it's about clarity. A sculptor doesn't pound the marble in frustration. They see the form within it and remove everything that doesn't belong. You must do the same. Remove doubt, chip away fear, smooth out the old narrative that says you have to struggle to receive. Underneath all that noise is the frequency of your true self, the one who creates without force. Use your emotions as feedback. When you feel contracted, you're carving against the grain. When you feel open, you're moving in harmony. Let ease be your guide. Let joy be your compass. These are not indulgences. They are alignment tools. The more you sculpt from presence, the more refined your reality becomes. This chapter is your reminder that you are not passive here. You are the artist. The field is your canvas. Your vibration is the chisel. And every thought, feeling, and breath is shaping what comes next. So sculpt wisely, sculpt intentionally, and know that the masterpiece isn't coming someday. It's being created now by who you're choosing to be in this very moment. Reality isn't resisting you. It's waiting for your next stroke. Habits are not just routines. They're rituals of reinforcement. Every small act you repeat daily is sending a message to the universe about who you believe you are. That message becomes your signal, and that signal becomes your experience. Aligned habits are those that anchor your frequency, stabilize your energy, and tell your future exactly where to find you. You don't need grand gestures to change your life. You need small, consistent choices that match the reality you've already decided is yours. Most people focus on habits from a place of discipline or willpower. They force themselves into routines out of guilt, fear, or comparison. But habits formed from misalignment never stick. They might produce temporary results, but they don't shift your vibration. And if your vibration doesn't change, neither does your life. True transformation comes from habits that emerge from identity, not pressure. You don't do the thing to become the person. You become the person, and the thing becomes obvious. Aligned habits ask one simple question: does this reinforce the frequency I want to live in? If the answer is no, it doesn't matter how productive or popular the habit is. If it doesn't strengthen your signal, it's just noise. But when a habit amplifies your alignment, even in a small way, it becomes a powerful, energetic anchor. It keeps you steady when life tries to shake you. It keeps you tuned when the world gets loud. Start with awareness. What habits already exist in your life that match the highest version of you? What habits pull you out of alignment, drain your energy, or dull your clarity? Don't judge them, just observe. Then ask, what would the future version of me do daily? Not because they should, but because it feels aligned. Maybe it's journaling for 5 minutes in the morning. Maybe it's speaking a new belief out loud before bed. Maybe it's moving your body to shift energy, or sitting in stillness to reset your field. It doesn't have to be big to be powerful. The potency is in the repetition. Every time you choose an aligned habit, you strengthen the frequency you're living from. These habits become your infrastructure. They turn alignment into a lifestyle, not a temporary state. And over time, they shape your identity. You start seeing yourself as the person who breathes before reacting, who chooses gratitude instead of complaint, who nourishes their body with intention. These small acts aren't just maintenance, they're momentum. This chapter is your invitation to stop trying to will your way into change and start living your way into alignment. Build a life that matches your signal. Let your habits become declarations, not of who you're trying to be, but of who you already are. So begin. Choose one habit that supports your highest frequency and repeat it. Let it root you, tune you, reflect you. Because the life you desire is built not in a day, but in the frequency you practice daily. One aligned habit at a time. You were never meant to be at the mercy of the world around you. Your energy is not a sponge, absorbing every emotion, reaction, and frequency that passes through your environment. Your vibration is sovereign. It belongs to you. And when you reclaim it fully, deliberately, you stop bending to the noise. You stop adjusting your frequency to match the room. You start holding your signal so clearly that the room adjusts to you. Most people don't realize how often they're tuning to someone else's energy. They walk into a space and immediately begin matching the dominant frequency. If others are anxious, they tense up. If others are negative, they shrink. If someone doubts them, they doubt themselves. This isn't empathy. It's unconscious calibration. and it makes your vibration reactive instead of creative. Vibrational sovereignty means you stop outsourcing your state of being. You stop giving your power away to people, headlines, opinions, or outcomes. You become the one who sets the tone, holds the field, and defines the atmosphere within your own body. It doesn't mean you become cold or disconnected. It means you become discerning. You learn to observe energy without absorbing it, to witness emotion without drowning in it, to hold compassion without compromising your own clarity. This shift begins with awareness. Notice where your energy shifts most. Who or what consistently knocks you out of alignment? When do you leave yourself to please, avoid conflict, or chase approval? These are the moments you've been tuning to the world, not out of weakness, but out of habit. Sovereignty requires that you break the habit and choose alignment instead. Reclaiming your vibration doesn't mean isolating yourself. It means becoming anchored. So anchored that even when chaos swirls around you, your signal stays strong. You breathe instead of react. You respond from center. You hold presence. This is not passive. It is powerful. The strongest person in any room is the one whose energy remains stable regardless of what's happening outside them. To embody vibrational sovereignty, create rituals that bring you back to your own frequency. Grounding in nature, breathwork, movement, stillness, speaking your truth aloud, placing your hand on your heart and reminding yourself, this is mine, I decide. These practices are not self-indulgent. They are essential maintenance for anyone committed to living from alignment. This chapter is your reminder that your frequency is not fragile. It's only been flexible. You've bent, adapted, shifted for the sake of comfort, acceptance, or survival. But that season is ending. Now you hold, you root, you lead, not by force, but by frequency. So stop tuning to the noise. Tune inward, listen, align, and watch as the world begins to calibrate to you, not because you demanded it, but because you finally remembered who you are, steady, sovereign, unshakable. You are the vibration, and that is more than enough. There's a space between the moment you shift your frequency and the moment your reality reflects it. This space can feel like silence. It can feel like doubt. It can feel like the universe didn't hear you at all. But this delay is not absence. It is alignment. It is the field rearranging to match the signal you now hold. Mastering the delay means learning to trust before the evidence arrives, not just intellectually, but energetically. Most people collapse in this space. They start strong, they align, they visualize, they decide. But when results don't show up immediately, the doubt creeps in. The mind starts scanning for signs that nothing's happening. The vibration wobbles, the old beliefs return, and without realizing it, they retune themselves back to the past. The delay didn't break them. Their impatience did. The field responds to consistency, not intensity. You don't have to be perfect, but you do have to be stable. You do have to hold the frequency long enough for matter to catch up, because it always does. The shift happens instantly in energy, but physical reality takes time to crystallize. It's not a test, it's a transition, and that transition is sacred. Think of it like ordering from a menu. Once you've made your choice, you don't question the kitchen every 5 minutes. You relax, you enjoy the atmosphere, you know it's on the way. But most people treat manifestation like a demand, constantly checking and doubting whether their order was received. That energy slows the delivery, not because the universe is withholding, but because the signal keeps changing. Trust is the bridge between frequency and form. When you trust before the proof, you strengthen the timeline where the proof arrives. You become the version of you who already lives the outcome. You stop chasing it because you already feel it. And that feeling is what magnetizes the experience to you. Mastering the delay means holding the vibration without needing validation. It means speaking and moving as if it's already done. It means finding peace in the gap. Not because you've given up, but because you've fully aligned. When you stop needing evidence, You become the evidence. You become the signal so clearly that the field has no choice but to respond. Use the delay as refinement. Strengthen your belief. Deepen your embodiment. Use the time to prepare your inner world for what you've called in. Ask, who do I need to become to hold this outcome when it arrives? Then become that person now. That's the work, and it's the most important part. This chapter is your reminder that the delay is not rejection. It's calibration. It's preparation. It's the pause before the reveal. So don't quit the vibration. Don't question the timeline. Stay in the knowing. Stay in the frequency. And let the evidence catch up to your decision, because it always does. And when it arrives, it will be worth the wait. You no longer need it. You are not stuck. You are repeating. The same feelings, the same outcomes, the same internal stories, all playing on a loop, like a song set to repeat. But loops don't continue because life is punishing you. They continue because your signal hasn't changed. The reality loop exists to reflect what you've been broadcasting. If you want a new result, you don't fight the loop. You break the signal. Most people live inside patterns they've forgotten how to question. Why does this always happen to me? They ask. But the question itself holds the answer. Because always is not a condition, it's a frequency. And as long as you carry the energy of that expectation, the cycle will continue. Not because it must, but because it's being invited. You've seen it before, a different face, a different job, a different setting, but the same emotional experience, the same breakdown, the same turning point. You think it's coincidence, but it's coherence. Your field is recreating what's familiar. That's the loop. To exit it, you must stop identifying with the version of you who lives there. You can't shift the loop while holding the same emotional baseline that created it. You must interrupt the signal. That means choosing a new response where the old one used to rule. It means catching the moment where you would normally spiral and standing still instead, breathing instead, choosing something else. Breaking the signal doesn't require monumental effort. It requires presence. The loop survives through automation. It runs when you're unconscious, when you're reacting instead of responding, when you're narrating your life with stories you didn't write. The moment you become conscious, the loop weakens. Awareness is disruption. Start noticing the first signs. Where does the loop begin? Is it a thought, a conversation, a feeling in your body? That's your moment of power. That's your access point. And it's always closer than you think. One breath, one thought, one pivot into a new frequency is all it takes to fracture the cycle. But breaking the loop is just the beginning. You must then replace the signal. You must install a new frequency that reflects who you are becoming, not who you've been. This is not pretending. It's reprogramming. Embody the energy of peace, stability, worthiness, whatever was missing in the old loop. And live from that energy, especially when it feels unnatural. That's how the new timeline roots itself. This chapter is your invitation to step out of patterns that were never yours to begin with. You are not the version of you who has to keep repeating. You are the one who gets to decide when it ends. Not by forcing the external world to change, but by no longer feeding the vibration that created it. So interrupt the loop. Hold a new signal, speak a new story, and watch as the old pattern dissolves, not because you escaped it, but because you outgrew it. That's the real exit, and it's open now. You are not here to absorb the world. You are here to illuminate it. Most people unconsciously move through life as energetic sponges, taking on the emotions, fears, and frequencies of everyone and everything around them. They walk into rooms and shrink. They meet chaos and internalize it. They mistake sensitivity for fragility. But you were never meant to carry what isn't yours. You were meant to emit, to radiate, to become the beacon. Becoming the beacon means you stop being a receiver of default energy and start being a transmitter of intentional frequency. You don't adjust your energy to fit the room. You let your energy redefine the room. You walk in anchored in your truth, and others begin to feel different. Not because you imposed something, but because you embodied it. This is not about being louder or more visible. It's about being clear, coherent, certain. When you hold a strong signal, it speaks for you. People feel it in your tone, your silence, your presence. You don't have to convince anyone. You just have to become a walking resonance of what you want to see more of in the world. Most people don't realize how much they're absorbing until it overwhelms them. They carry the emotional residue of conversation, social media, and unspoken tension. They feel tired for no reason, anxious without cause, heavy with energy that doesn't belong to them. That's because they've opened their field without direction. They've let input in without knowing how to hold output. Becoming the beacon means learning to hold your field on purpose. You don't let external frequencies dictate your state. You choose your frequency in the morning and you carry it through the day like a torch. You speak from it, move from it, breathe from it. And when the world tries to dim it, you pause, not to absorb, but to reinforce. This doesn't mean you ignore others or shut down empathy. It means you lead with your energy instead of following everyone else's. You feel, but you don't carry. You care, but you don't collapse. You understand that the most loving thing you can do for others is to stay aligned within yourself. Start each day by choosing what you will emit. Calm, confidence, joy, clarity. Let that frequency settle into your body like a tone. Imagine yourself beaming it out, not just to protect yourself, but to serve. Because the world doesn't need more reactive energy. It needs more grounded light. This chapter is your reminder that you are not a sponge. You are a lighthouse. And lighthouses don't apologize for their glow. They don't chase ships. They stand steady, and by doing so, they guide. Be that. Radiate that. Not with effort, but with embodiment. Because when you become the beacon, the world around you begins to shift. Not because you absorbed its chaos, but because you broadcasted something greater, something clearer, something true. Not all falling apart is failure. Sometimes collapse is clarity in disguise. The structure that breaks was never meant to hold what you're becoming. The identity that shatters was never meant to carry your next frequency. Conscious collapse is when you stop resisting the unraveling and start using it as a portal. It's when you meet the breakdown with awareness, with breath, with the wisdom to know that this too is alignment, just in a form you didn't expect. Most people fear collapse. They try to hold it all together even when the energy is asking to be released. They patch the cracks. They tighten their grip. But what's being dismantled is not you. It's the version of you that can't hold the next level. The pain comes not from the falling, but from the clinging. Collapse becomes unbearable when we believe it shouldn't be happening, but when we allow it, it becomes sacred. There is intelligence in the breakdown. The discomfort reveals where you were still pretending. The silence shows where you had been avoiding. The chaos pulls up the stories, the beliefs, the buried patterns that no longer match your chosen timeline. It's not punishment, it's purification. And when you stop fighting it, you begin to see the space it creates. In conscious collapse, you don't abandon yourself. You sit with yourself. You stay present. You say, I don't have to know how this turns out to trust that it's happening for me. You give yourself permission to feel the fear, the grief, the disorientation, not to dwell in it, but to release it. You become a witness, not a victim. This process is not about speed, it's about surrender. You don't need to fix everything right away. You just need to not abandon your awareness. Because inside the crumbling is a key, a message, a realignment. Something is dying, yes, but something else is trying to be born. The collapse is the in-between, the threshold, the portal. Let it strip away what was never yours. Let it remove what you thought you needed. Let it empty your hands so you can receive what's next. There is power in saying, let it fall. Not from despair, but from trust. The old timeline has served its purpose. And now you're standing at the edge of something new, something you can't yet see, but can already feel. This chapter is your reminder that collapse isn't the end. It's the in-between, and if you meet it consciously, it becomes a portal to deeper embodiment, clearer vision, and greater alignment. So when things fall apart, don't collapse unconsciously, collapse consciously. Stay awake in the falling. Stay soft in the tension, and know that you are not breaking, you are being reformed. Let it go, let it fall, let it clear the way, because on the other side of the collapse is the self you were always becoming. And the doorway to that self was hidden in the rubble all along. Gratitude isn't just a reaction, it's a frequency. And when you understand that frequency, you begin to use it, not as a reflection of what has happened, but as a signal for what is already on its way. This is the power of thanking in advance. It's not about pretending. It's not about wishful thinking. It's about alignment. When you express gratitude for what you haven't yet seen, you collapse time between desire and manifestation. You're not asking, you're matching. Most people wait until something good happens to feel grateful. They treat gratitude as a reward, something that follows a favorable outcome. But in the energetic world, gratitude is not an after effect. It's a catalyst. It tells the universe, I already have it. And the universe, always responding to your signal, begins to bring experiences that reflect that energy. Thanking in advance is not about tricking yourself. It's about tuning yourself. You're stepping into the vibration of already receiving. You're aligning your energy with the version of you who isn't waiting anymore. That version isn't hoping. That version isn't checking the timeline. That version is simply grateful because they already feel the arrival. You've felt this before. When you truly believed something was going to work out, your energy shifted. You stopped clinging. You stopped chasing. You exhaled, and that exhale made space for things to flow. Gratitude in advance creates that same opening. It removes the energy of lack and installs the energy of fulfillment. To embody this, start your day with a practice. Speak aloud what you are thankful for, especially what hasn't manifested yet. Thank you for the financial abundance flowing into my life. Thank you for the opportunities that align perfectly with my purpose. Thank you for the peace and clarity that support every decision I make. Don't say it to get something. Say it because you're tuning yourself to the version of you who already lives in that state. This frequency is subtle but powerful. It softens resistance. It expands your field. It invites your nervous system to relax and your mind to trust. And that relaxed, trusting version of you is far more magnetic than the one clenching in doubt. Gratitude tells the field, I'm ready, I'm open, I believe. And the field responds accordingly. This chapter is your reminder that you don't need to wait for external proof to feel gratitude. You can choose to feel it now, not because everything is perfect, but because you trust what's unfolding. Gratitude isn't just a feeling, it's a frequency that builds the bridge from where you are to where you're going. So thank now, thank early, thank often. Let your signal say, it's already mine. And watch how the universe, always listening, begins to deliver, not because you demanded it, but because you finally matched the energy of having it. That's the real magic. And it begins with a simple, quiet thank you. There comes a point in your journey when you stop manifesting, not because you've given up, but because you've evolved beyond the need to try. What once felt like a conscious effort becomes second nature. You're no longer visualizing to get somewhere, affirming to convince yourself, or aligning to attract something. You are simply being. The end of manifestation is the beginning of embodiment, and that changes everything. Most people approach manifestation as a method, a set of tools. Visualize this, say that, think like this, act like that. And in the beginning, those tools are useful. They help you understand the mechanics of the field. They teach you how your thoughts, feelings, and actions create your experience. But eventually, you don't need the tools anymore. Because the thing you were trying to create is no longer separate from who you are. You no longer manifest abundance. You are abundance. You don't call in love. You are love. You stop seeking alignment because you've become it. You don't ask if you're doing it right. You just live in the frequency that was once the goal. It's not effort, it's identity. Trying implies separation. It assumes the thing you want is over there and you are over here, and the work is to bridge that gap. But when you truly integrate the energy of your desire, there is no gap. There is only presence. And in that presence, things begin to arrive, not because you asked well louder, but because you stopped asking altogether. This is not giving up, it's graduation. You're no longer trying to create from the outside in. You're radiating from the inside out. The focus is no longer on what you want to have, it's on who you choose to be, and that choice doesn't feel like work. It feels like remembering. You reach the end of manifestation when you trust life so deeply that you no longer need to control it. You don't watch the clock. You don't chase signs. You don't measure the field's response. You simply walk through your day with the quiet knowing that everything is already responding to the signal you now live from. You become less interested in proving your power and more interested in embodying peace. You stop needing results to validate your alignment. You start feeling gratitude before anything changes. And in that surrender, you step into a timeline where things just happen, effortlessly, naturally, because now your frequency is stable enough to hold them without needing to pull them in. This chapter is your reminder that the true endgame isn't getting what you want. It's becoming who you were always meant to be. And when you become that, manifestation becomes obsolete. Not because you stopped creating, but because you started existing in a state where creation is constant, unconscious, and inevitable. So stop trying, start being. Let life meet you where you already are, because when you no longer need the thing, it arrives. Not to complete you, but to reflect that you were already whole. There is no separation, only the illusion of it. What appears to be outside of you is simply a reflection of what lives within. Every person you meet, every situation you face, every opportunity or obstacle is responding to your vibration. The unity vibration is the frequency of wholeness, the remembrance that there is no other. There is only one field, one consciousness, and you are not just a part of it. You are it. All is you, and you are all. Most people move through life feeling divided. That person did this to me. This situation is happening to me. That reality is out of my reach. But separation is a trick of perception. At the energetic level, everything is connected. Everything is communicating, and everything is you, meeting yourself in a different form. The judgment you hold for another is the judgment you hold against yourself. The love you give freely is the love you've reclaimed within. The resistance you feel in life is the resistance you carry in your field. When you begin to live from unity, your vibration changes. You no longer see life as something to fix, fight, or fear. You see it as something to understand. Every external trigger becomes an internal teacher. You stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and start asking, "What in me is this reflecting?" That question is not self-blame, it's self-liberation. It brings you back to power. The unity vibration is not just philosophy, it's a frequency. When you begin to feel your oneness with the field, your energy softens. You no longer push against life. You merge with it. You work with it. You trust it, because you realize you are it. That doesn't mean you dissolve your individuality. It means your individuality becomes a conscious expression of the whole. You felt this before. A moment where everything aligned without effort, a sense of connection to nature, to someone you love, to a truth that didn't come from the mind but from somewhere deeper. That was the unity vibration moving through you. That was coherence. And when you live in coherence, everything responds, not because you're doing more, but because you're being more fully present. To live in this state, practice remembrance. When life feels chaotic, remind yourself, nothing is separate. When someone challenges you, remind yourself, they are me, in another costume. When the world feels heavy, remember that healing it begins by healing your frequency. You are not fixing the world, you are tuning yourself, and the world adjusts. This chapter is your return to oneness, the end of the illusion that you are alone, disconnected, or broken. All is you. You are all. And when you live in that vibration, separation fades, resistance fades, fear fades. What remains is harmony, wholeness, unity. And in that unity, life stops being something you try to change and becomes something you consciously express. One breath, one thought, one vibration at a time. There's a moment when the shift stops being temporary, when the energy you've been practicing becomes who you are. You don't have to think about it, remember it, or try to hold it. It holds you. This is the final flip, the point where your set point, the emotional, mental, and vibrational baseline that has defined your reality, permanently upgrades. Not because you forced it, but because you became it. Most people live at a set point determined by their past. Experiences, beliefs, and conditioning carve out an internal climate, and that climate shapes every aspect of their life. You may rise above it momentarily during a powerful meditation, a transformative retreat, or a moment of clarity, but unless you stabilize that frequency, the old set point pulls you back, not out of cruelty, but out of habit. The field isn't punishing you, it's simply echoing the signal you've rehearsed the longest. But repetition creates identity, and when you consciously repeat a new frequency of peace, worthiness, abundance, or joy long enough, it becomes your new normal. You stop visiting alignment and start living there. This is the final flip. It's not a single dramatic event. It's a tipping point built from consistency. You'll know it's happening when your reactions change, before your mind can explain why. When your body says no to what no longer resonates. When your yes becomes clearer and your boundaries stronger, not because you're defending yourself, but because you're different now. You no longer oscillate between who you were and who you're becoming. You are rooted. You've flipped. This doesn't mean you never feel discomfort again. It means discomfort no longer unravels you. You don't spiral when life doesn't go to plan. You don't need to be rescued by a routine or reminded of your worth. Your field has changed. Your baseline has risen. And from this new altitude, life looks and feels completely different. To reach this point, stop chasing peak experiences. Start mastering consistency. Frequency doesn't lock in through intensity. It locks in through presence, through small daily moments where you choose to be who you say you are, even when no one is watching, even when nothing outside has shifted yet. Speak the new truth until your nervous system accepts it. Walk in the new energy until your reality reflects it. Don't perform it. Embody it. The flip happens when pretending turns into becoming, when discipline becomes identity, when the effort fades and authenticity takes over. This chapter is your reminder that the final flip is not a finish line. It's a return to who you've always been beneath the programming, to the frequency you were designed to live in. The flip isn't about adding more. It's about releasing what was never really yours. So keep showing up. Keep holding the vibration, and one day, without even realizing it, you'll look around and see that the old set point is gone, not because you escaped it, but because you became someone it could no longer hold. That is the final flip, and it's already beginning. You are not here to wish, to wait, or to wonder. You are here to create, not from force, but from frequency. The Creator's frequency is not something you chase. It's something you remember. It's a vibration that lives in you, beneath the stories, beneath the doubt, beneath the old identity that told you to play small. When you walk the earth as your highest self, you don't hope reality will align. You know it must. Most people are taught to respond to life instead of shape it. They react to circumstances, adapt to patterns, and wait for external proof before they give themselves permission to rise. But your highest self doesn't wait for permission. It issues the command. It sets the tone. It becomes the signal that instructs the field. The Creator's frequency is a state of being where your thoughts, emotions, and energy are in alignment with the version of you who already exists at the highest timeline, not someday. Now, this version of you thinks clearly, acts intentionally, and radiates coherence. You don't just imagine outcomes, you assume them. You don't just visualize your future, you embody it. To walk in this frequency, you must first stop identifying with your past. The story of limitation, of delay, of almost is not yours anymore. Let it dissolve. You don't owe anything to the lower frequency you once lived in. You are allowed to evolve without justification, allowed to rise without apology. Every moment you hold the new vibration, you become more magnetic, more clear, more sovereign. You've felt glimpses of this before, moments when you spoke with power, moved with clarity, trusted without hesitation. That wasn't a lucky mood, that was your essence. The Creator's frequency is not about pretending to be powerful. It's about remembering that you already are. This frequency doesn't require effort. It requires embodiment. It requires you to stop shrinking when others don't understand, to stop hesitating when the next step appears, to stop doubting your own authority. Creation responds to conviction. When you walk in the energy of knowing, of wholeness, the world reflects it back, not because you begged for it, but because you became it. To live this way is not to escape reality, it's to command it. Not by dominating, but by aligning. Not by forcing outcomes, but by holding the field so clearly that outcomes align with you. You become a walking instruction to the universe. This is who I am. Reflect accordingly. This chapter is your invitation to stop reaching and start radiating, to stop trying to become and start being. The Creator's frequency lives in the way you speak, the way you walk, the way you enter a room. It's not arrogance, it's alignment. When you live from that place, you no longer hope to influence reality. You are reality, unfolding on purpose, one breath, one step, one vibration at a time.